Well, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Um, it's almost like I was just here a few moments ago, you know? Did sleep well last night and then rolled over bad on my shoulder, so I'm kind of just trying to survive this morning until some pain medicine kicks in and we can get really going. Today we're going to continue working on the Ficsonium power plant. I'll just need to call up the model here in a moment, and I'll do that. We'll figure out the next step. We were able to build the first step. We were able to drone in all the parts and pieces we needed. They're sitting up here waiting for us. Built the first part of the three power plants, making the what was it? The dark matter residue. So we've got that first piece, and that's all being stored in these barrels right here. You can see we've got a fair number of drones circling, waiting to bring in yet more product. So that's good. So what we've got Icy Night. Good morning, Volacrum, Caffeinated, Matron 2D. Good morning to you and Mr. J-Ro 98. They're all in Twitch. And Fluff, hello. And the 3D printing person. Hello, Doc. How are you doing? He says. He or she says. You like 3D printing? Well, you'll get along really well with Robert, my editor, because he's just itching to get all of his 3D printers set up again. Now that we're in our new place and we're slowly getting to where we can actually set up all the stuff that we had, all of our play toys. But he's only got one of his 3D printers set up right now just to do the basic stuff like printing cases and printing holders and stuff like that. It's about all we get done at the moment.
Yep.
I might have to try and learn your intro song on guitar and bass. So you're a musician. That is cool.
They're saying they're not seeing your screen.
They're saying they're not seeing my screen? So they're not seeing. That's interesting because I'm seeing it on Twitch.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing it on YouTube. Both the Twitch and YouTube setups. And YouTube is already lagging behind.
Lagging behind Twitch as usual, huh?
Behind Twitch as usual. So.
Okay, we can see your screen.
Just not the game. No, the game isn't showing right now. I'm kind of in my chat window, sitting in my office, just chatting with you until we go on out to the game. Okay, so just made it to tier 8. Wow, thinking of avoiding nuclear. Well, you must have watched too much of my videos with all the struggles we've had. I think I can run production on fuel only. No. The reason being is that I don't think you'll keep up with it. The higher end pieces of equipment take a lot more electricity each, and you're just going to need more production. So it's tough. Okay. They're itching to see in-game, Robert. I think we ought to switch to in-game and see this. So, okay. Okay, so Shano T3 is LT3 is here in Twitch. That's great. Bro is here. Good morning, bro. Glad to see you come today. Okay, so hi everyone. Frau Moini. What is Frau? Okay, tell me what that means. Mr. J-Roll. No, that's. Okay, somebody's replaying. All right. Welcome to the chat room. I see that. Definitely run off fuel only, but nuclear is more fun. Icy Knight says. So Icy Knight says you can run off of fuel forever. Okay. There's really only three oil fields in the whole game, and exploiting all of them can yield a lot of power.
Yes.
But I'm wondering if it would be enough. So,
Yeah.
Icy Knight says it would be enough. So
It just depends what you want your.
Depends
what you want to use your resources
so,
for. Hey, Duck, put your ears in.
I'll put my ears in. Somebody tried to talk to me.
I was trying to talk to you.
Okay. All right. Put my earpieces in. All right. Let's flip to the game, Robert. All right. My earpieces are in. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I can hear you.
Yeah, Doc, if you look at what Shano said in Twitch, you should see that it's a animated emote. The emotes just aren't showing up in Restream chat.
Interesting. Well, I wasn't looking at the restream.
Interesting.
I was looking totally, the caffeinated has the coffee cup that's animating. Shano has the what looks like a kitty cat coming up and wiggling its ears. Mr. J-Ro has the emote waving at me. So, yeah,
interesting.
They're showing up in my Twitch stream, and you're right, they don't show up in the other.
Okay.
What I have, just to let you know, is the restream will compile all of the streams, and I'm thinking I'm just not even going to worry about the restream chat because the other two chat windows are just so much more data rich.
Okay, so just use YouTube and Twitch separately.
Yeah, and I have those set up right next to the restream chat window. Thank you. All right, so something is going on here where I don't have my usual backup of items coming up here. So kind of wondering why that is. And that particular... Oh, there they come. Okay. There they come. They just had to get another shipment. There they go. Okay. And now they kick off, and away they go again. Very good. And so these are processing the reanimated SAM okay, we got 1400 of 2400 in there. And they're processing the dark matter residue right now. So very good, 100 per minute. So let me pop up the modeler here. Okay, so the modeler here, we've done this step here. So that is now producing this. Now we need to create the dark matter crystal. We'll need the diamonds coming up from below, and we'll need 3 of these. We made 4 of those. We're rounding the numbers up. We need 4 of those, 3 of these, and that we're going to make the dark matter crystal in the particle accelerator. So let's build 3 particle accelerators. And let's see. Boy, it does just disappear, doesn't it? It doesn't like being minimized. It either wants it to be on the screen, or when you click outside of the screen to put it back behind here, it just quits. So it is very weird. It is very weird. So I need a 5th monitor, Robert, so I can put it up there permanently.
Yeah. That's the reasonable fix.
Reasonable thing to do, right? Right?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so I need to make 3 particle accelerators. They need diamonds, and they need this dark matter residue, so I want to put them in close proximity to this pipe here. And let's go. Let's put them right here then. Okay, dark matter residue. Oof. That sounds so creepy, It just sounds creepy. Alrighty.
Oh no, it's scary.
Interesting. Output there, input there, so we want it oriented that direction. Yeah, there we go. Okay, wow. Let's go ahead and put it this way. We'll put it just to the edge here. We'll put one here and one beside it over here. And missing materials. Ooh. Okay. Okay, who keeps taking my materials?
Sorry, I'm putting down blueprints that use an entire stack of quick wire every single time.
Okay, and he just sits back and laughs.
Yep.
And just waits for me to notice the fact that... Okay, can you leave me...
Oh, you're doing more.
I'm doing one more, yes.
Okay.
Okay, that's all I need. And we're good.
Yeah, I'm using 450 quick wire with every build here, so...
Ouch. Okay. Those should be the inputs. Yep, those are the inputs. And the outputs are going to hang over the edge over here, I'm sure. Yep, a little bit over the edge.
Hey, Doc, have you got your morning monster?
I do. Today, we're featuring strawberry, ultra strawberry dreams. So I'm going to have dreams about strawberries in my nighttime sleep, I guess.
Yeah, that's the that's Icy Night and Caffeinated, making sure that you keep up your
my unpaid advertising.
Yep. your bid for sponsorship.
There you go. Okay, so I am going to get some pipe. Go here, straight out. Okay, and here too. That's going to go there, so I want to go about there. And then into that. Then I want to do this.
Hey, Doc.
Yes.
How do you upgrade those to Mark IIs?
Really? Did I choose the Mark Ones? I chose clean pipe. Oh. Okay. Well,
That's Icy Knight there. Inspector General Icy Knight.
thank you, Icy Knight.
Helping us out.
Obviously, I didn't realize. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I just chose a clean pipe that looked clean,
Yep.
and this doesn't look clean. So it fooled me. Clean pipe that has all these connections on it, I guess. Okay, so that gets the piping in there. Now I need to go get some diamonds. So I need to figure out which one is the diamonds. And the diamonds are coming in on this far one. Okay, very good. And so I need conveyor time to the far one, right to there.
And David Olo is here. He says, "Hiya, Doc. Taking a sick day from work."
Oh, just to watch me? Oh, you're so nice.
I'm sure that's exactly what's going on.
Yes, exactly.
And Star is here as well. Hello, hello.
Yeah, great. The gang's slowly getting all established here, ready to go.
Without Garrett here, I don't want to do too much. I think I'm gonna end up messing some stuff up here.
You're overstepping, huh? A little bit.
Yeah, there's just like there's some inconsistency with what I'm seeing here, and I don't know which is the correct one. You know.
Okay. Alrighty. So, I want to bring this here. I'm still not far enough out yet. Bring that right to there, but now I need to raise her down.
You know, it's sad we got one really nice day yesterday, and then it's back to being chilly today. It was so nice we went out chopping down trees again yesterday.
Yep.
What's the, what type of tree is that we were cutting down? The one that was really yellow.
Oh, I'd have to look it up again. It has orange in the title, but it was really, really quite weird as they cut into it. The inside was an intense yellow.
Yeah.
And
Bordering on orange.
yeah, exactly. So it was really quite spectacular.
And it had so much sap in it. Like, we're talking, like, around the edge, just underneath the bark, that outermost ring was actually foaming up with how much sap was there after we cut it. And just no matter what, when you're handling the tree,
Handling the tree, what?
you'd get you'd get sap on your hands because man, there was so much there.
And then after we cut the tree, I mean, it was kind of like it was crying. I mean, the sap would just come up, was coming up and just rolling over the edges of the tree. It was just really bizarre. And the sap was white. The sap was a milky color, but the inside rings, you know, generally the sap runs up on the outside of the tree, just under the bark, or just under the bark.
Mm-hmm.
And around that outer ring there, just the sap was just coming up and flowing over. It was really interesting. But they're really nasty trees. It's a tree that you really don't want to keep, simply because number one, it's got let's see if we can place this. There we go. For one, it has that's placed wrong. Gosh darn it! It has really nasty spikes on it, so it's got thorns that are about almost an inch long, and so you get near it and you get poked by these things. They stick into your clothing. It makes it hard to navigate around and through it any close to it at all. And then it grows these huge grapefruit-sized fruits on it that are green and just really hard. But they don't ever blossom. They just get big and round, and then they fall down.
And they aren't edible.
They're not edible. They're not anything. They don't burn. We tried burning them up, and we just picked them out of the fireplace. Out of the fire pit, just almost in the same intact thing, singed on the outside, but they didn't actually burn or anything. So, really kind of weird tree. I need to get the name of it for next time. Yeah, I need to get the name of it for next time and see if anybody knows of that tree. The native population around here, people who've lived here a while, say that it's pretty much a useless tree, except for the fact that that you can use it for. It's very hard, so it's a hardwood. You can use it when you find straight items of it. Use it for posts because it just doesn't rot. It's a very hardy tree when cut down. So people would cut off lengths of it and use it for wire fence posts. So anyway.
Yep. So that was fun yesterday.
Yeah, it was definitely interesting. So that was one of the trees we cut down, and there's several other trees. What we're doing is we're trying to create a fruit tree orchard. And the fruit tree orchard, of course, needs space amongst all these trees to function. And so we are, just clearing out trees to be able to plant apple trees and pear trees and various types of trees. So since they need space, we need to clear out some of the trees at least. And frankly, the trees are just too bunched up. It's been left to be wild for too long. And the trees are bunched up really close. So okay, we're going to configure this to make dark matter crystals. And now it's filling with diamonds, and it's filling with dark matter residue, and it's constructing. That's cool, seeing it fire off like that. And there's dark matter crystal there. Let's make dark matter crystal here. And then let's go ahead and connect the outputs here. We'll get them going into a storage unit so that we don't waste the output. And we'll be ready to move on to the next phase. So, okay. Okay, I'm managing my chat windows here so I can keep that launch button available. Okay, I'm really excited for Robert's game night in a few days. Uh-oh. I'm already losing control of the channel.
Yep.
Okay. Robert, you're fired.
Oh, what? Yep. Yep, I did post on the official schedule that since you're going to be gone on Saturday, we want to keep up the stream week.
Okay.
I'll be taking over on Saturday, and
Yep.
we're going to probably play...
Well, I'm traveling home.
Going to play a little bit of Civ 7, but definitely want to play some Tabletop Simulator during that stream as well.
Ooh.
So, yep.
Now, I did not give you permission to do other games other than Civ 7, though.
If
That's not something we talked about.
If you want to stop me, you got to stay in town.
I'm going to leash cricket on you.
Oh, are you guys? So I guess you guys are bringing cricket back with you.
We may end up bringing Cricket back with us on that trip,
Cool.
yes. Cricket, by the way, is the most lovely, beautiful dog. Purebred Australian Shepherd.
Mini Aussie.
What?
Mini Australian Shepherd.
Mini. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't realize the mini part. Okay, so I think gosh, I'm not thinking when I'm getting streamer brain.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to bring it down here.
There you go. Star says, just on Tabletop Simulator, we'll play Civilization New Dawn.
Okay.
Because they made a board game out of Civilization. Perfect.
Okay. A new Civ 7 version of it?
No, they don't have a Civ 7 version.
Okay. Well, I think you found the solution. Keep it a Civilization stream and play 2 different versions of it. That's cool.
Yeah. I tell you what, I decided, and this is more for chat's benefit, I decided I wanted to play through a full game of Civ 6, and I put it on the fastest possible speed. I wanted to play a full game of Civ 6 before playing Civ 7, and Civ 6 on the fastest possible speed has a maximum speed of turn count of 750 turns.
So you hit the 750 turns and it said, stop.
Well, it's when you get to 750 turns, if no other win condition has been met yet, then you win by score. Right? That's just whoever has the highest score at that point. And the problem is and I did like a medium-sized map, you know, I can't remember exactly, somewhere in the middle. And turns take so long now.
Turns? Oh, because you're so far into the game
Yeah.
that you just have so much to do?
Yeah, I control 2 entire continents, and I've been using the production queue for each one of these cities, so I queue up like 100 turns worth of actions per city, and each one of my turns still takes forever.
Interesting.
Anyway.
Okay, I almost have the output of this all connected up. I'm going to put a storage container here to hold our excess for the time being and keep the production moving. All right, here we go. Into the storage unit. Alrighty.
So, yeah, yesterday I spent an hour and a half playing before probably good night. Spent an hour and a half playing, and that entire time was
Hello. That entire time was. Go ahead.
regrouping after a war, and just doing a little bit of city management, just waiting, and a whole lot of waiting for the computer to take its turns.
So, how do I make a world grid again? When you're placing at least a 2 meter or 4 meter foundation,
It does it for 1 meter as well now.
they fixed it?
Yes, they fixed the 1 meters
I
for
believe so,
1.0.
yes.
Yes. Okay. When you're putting it out, you've selected to build that. You just hold down the control key, and it will turn, and it will turn to the world grid. And then you place it there, and then build from that point. Okay. All right. It's a Wabbit season. Says, what's the word on the street, Doc? Is it Satisfactory? Is the coolest game in the world, and everybody ought to play it because it's great.
Did you get Robert to join the call?
Oh, how did I join the call?
What?
You
Oh, because you never left the call.
Never left the call.
Oh, I forget that I've got to close the call. Sorry.
It's just fine. It worked out this time.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, that sounded like Robert joined the call.
Yep.
Okay.
I was trying to figure out who corrected you, and I was looking in chat, I'm like, nope, nobody told you.
Yep. Oh, now I've got to tell. I told them all. Okay, there it's going. Okay. Let's see how this one's doing.
Hey, Garrett, I'm going to need your help when it comes to this lighting, just to make sure that I didn't totally, like, make a lot of problems for you, because I just kind of looked and kind of assumed, and I'm not very sure about my assumptions.
Okay.
Oh, I'm just a moment and I'll be in.
Looks like there's going to be some manual dismantling of lights for the walkways.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to remove the lights that are where the walkways go.
Okay, very good, very good. All right, particle accelerators are running as planned. All right, let's hit escape here, go to the modeler again.
Fix it tip number 1.
Okay, so
Don't die.
don't die. Tip number 1, don't die. Well, maybe what you could do is you could place a bed and make that your respawn location. And, oh, different game.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Oh, gosh. Oh, GG. Okay, I'm going to need water up here pretty soon, so I'm going to go down here to this constructor here. I need 4 machines of constructors to make the singularity cell. Now that I'm making the dark matter crystals now, along with 3 of the items coming from the drones, will be able to make the dark matter crystals. So, the singularity cells. So, let us go figure out where we're going to put 4 of these machines. And I think I'm just going to put them along here.
Everything looks right, Robert.
Okay, I was wondering about how you're doing the...
Oh, these machines are tiny. I always thought these machines were huge. And then look at them and look at the manufacturer in relationship to the other building.
The particle... Yeah.
Okay.
So, Garrett, you have this frame around the 4 pillars in kind of like this new section using painted beams. Am I
Yes.
interrupting or making anything wrong, doing anything wrong by putting in the lighting first?
No, you just go straight through that. You don't delete it, you just go straight through it.
Okay, because you had the old version of the really heavy shroud around the beams,
Yeah.
and that's all going.
Unfortunately, that had to
Okay,
go.
good. Because I deleted a bunch of that.
I mean, I've left them currently around the outside, but I don't know if it's gonna stay like that.
Okay. I did
Or-
delete a few of those, not all of them though.
Ooh.
Ooh.
But I could rebuild.
Ooh, he says. Ooh.
Zoomerwind
There you
says.
go. There you go. Deleting things.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
Sorry.
A couple of
You're stuttering, Garrett.
yes, I'm stuttering. A couple of the lighting things were just constructed backwards.
So they do have alignment 180 degrees from each other?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I could not tell the difference.
Yeah, it's it's hard to.
Okay.
But
Well, I hope I didn't mess any of the rest of them up. So.
I mean, most of the rest of them look pretty decent.
Okay.
You really only notice it when you go to plug them in.
Oh, okay. So Zoomerwind says, hello, Doc.
Hey.
And then Covenant has a question, says, do you guys pack and unpack nitrogen gas, or do you only use it in pipes?
We pack and unpack it. Because we found the one place we used nitrogen gas was in the mega factory. So the other factory in the distance that we first started. So we there had a situation where it was just in really rough territory. So we chose at that point to go ahead, instead of running it in pipes, we decided just to bring it in canisters because it was just so much easier to manage. That way we could put it in trucks, and we actually created a roadway, brought it in that way. Put it in trucks, brought it in, and then conveyored that up and put a packager right next to the line where we needed the nitrogen. It unpackaged it, and it worked really well in that regard. So I think a lot depends on how you're going to get it from point A where you're mining it to point B where you're using it, and just figuring out the easiest way to transport it. And I don't like pipes, frankly. Really just don't like using pipes when I can avoid it. So that kind of made the choice for me.
And maybe things will get better at 1.1 when we can do square pipes.
Well, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Square pipes.
Yeah, you know where you can, oh, how do I say this?
You know how when you're putting down conveyors, you
Yeah.
can make them square? Go at right angles?
Where they'll go at right angles and so forth. That's what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
okay. But I kind of ruined fluid flow.
You think it will? You think it'll affect fluid flow?
No.
It might.
I mean, it doesn't. It would in real life.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
The Great Artist says, what's up, Doc?
The Great Artist. Ooh. We're currently building the infrastructure to make the Ficsonium control rods so that we can build the power plants and use up the last of the waste that has been created by our nuclear power plant, our regular what kind of power plant was that?
From
Uranium.
Yeah, uranium to
Starting with the uranium power plant to the plutonium power plant, and now the Ficsonium power plant that uses the last of that waste. And we'll see where we're at. Right now, we've got plenty of electrical production, which is nice. We just need to get rid of the last of it. So I'm currently building the last of the work that it takes to get the last of the waste produced, or Boy, I'm struggling to get words out. Doggone it. Processing the last of the waste from the previous process to get it ready to make the last of the power plants. And so this floor is going to be dedicated to processing the plutonium waste. And I haven't gotten to the point of bringing the plutonium waste to this floor yet. I think it's sitting in these. I think it's sitting in these right here. Yeah, plutonium waste is just sitting over here. And so as soon as I need it, I'll just attach containers to this. Notice we don't have a whole lot of plutonium waste, which is nice. It's not even filling one container here yet. That's first floor, because we had to have 2 floors of 2 different floors of power plants. And so this is the second floor, this is the first floor. And so there's a lot less waste than I thought there would be. Maybe because there's a lot less production than I thought there would be. Because right now, those things are, oh, come on, are right there, and they're not firing off much. So I probably need to figure out why they are not firing off. But that'll be right after I get the get it ready to process it. We'll take care of that.
So Icy Knight had a comment / question about your setup for Ficsonium.
Uh-huh.
He says, if you look at the Ficsonium rods, they have a byproduct of the 380 dark matter residue.
Uh-huh.
And you're using 380 dark matter residue to make the crystals, to make dark matter crystals.
Yep.
So you don't really need the reanimated SAM to make it, right?
That I thought was the case, but if we look at this, I'm going to bring this up again. What I noticed was that dark matter residue also comes into this part of the process at 760. So it comes into another thing to make the Ficsonium. So
That's what you're bringing it in for.
Yeah, dark matter residue here coming into the first part of the process to make dark matter crystals. Then I've got to have another bunch to come in here. Now, I will most likely use this 380 and not create this machine at all. But
Okay.
I do need 760, which is, I needed to make dark matter crystals, 3 of them. So I'll have to figure out how many more of these I need in order to get, it said it needed to make 760. I'll have to make sure I'm getting 760 at least.
Okay.
Which would have been 8 of these machines, which means that I probably didn't make enough. I didn't look far enough ahead, so I only made 4. Okay, so I'll probably have to extend this line to another 4 in order to make it happen. But at this point, they're not running full tilt either, so I'm probably going to have to do something about the reanimated SAM coming in and going out.
Okay. And Joel Christian says, hey, Doc. Been following Satisfactory content since before Update 3, so that's a while ago.
Wow, that is a while ago. I started at Update 8 just to give you an idea how late to the party I'm at. So, go ahead.
He says, I just found your live stream. I have to say your content is a breath of fresh air. Keep up the good work.
Oh, thank you. What makes it a breath of fresh air? The fact that I don't swear, the fact that I don't scream at spiders, the fact that I don't, you know.
Yeah, that crazy 13-year-old kid.
Yeah. You know, and frankly, I want this to be kid-friendly because I want, kids to enjoy the prospect of learning how to manage a supply chain, learning how to, excuse me,
Sorry, please continue. Don't let me stop you.
wow, he laughed at me. Can you believe that? Okay.
Yes, we can believe it.
Okay. Laughter is the best medicine. For what I don't know.
Medicine for the person who's doing the laughing,
Yes.
not for the person who's being laughed
That's exactly true. Okay. So obviously there's going to be some balancing that needs to be done because there's not going to be enough of everything, especially on the incoming side with making the dark matter residue here. So I've got to handle that. Got to leave room enough to handle that. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make room enough to handle that right now, because basically I need to increase this by another 4. But I don't have enough production coming in to support another 4 because these are going idle. These are going idle quite a bit. So I might need to set up another drone to bring in more reanimated sound. Because...
lighting is done.
yeah, that second drone port is empty. So that means that it's bringing it in as fast as it can, which means I might have to check the other side too to make sure it's getting filled up. Okay, anyway, I'll handle the supply issue a bit on the later side. But in the meantime, I've got to create 4 more of these.
And Doc, the general consensus was it's all of the above.
It's all of the above?
Yep.
Okay. Way cool. Okay, which one are my... okay, though that is the plates are coming in on the second line. Alrighty, all of the above. Yes. Like I said, I want it to be kid-friendly, and Robert sure snickering in the fact that, you know, really, you absorb a lot of good stuff about supply chain management. Maybe it's a little bit premature to think that that kids, as teenagers, will start learning that, but they'll learn it by osmosis in this game. They'll just learn it by the fact that they're just being exposed to, oh gosh, I got to have this that is needed to build that, is needed to build that, and balancing those things is all about supply chain management. So it's really not the idea that they have to learn that. It's just the idea that they're going to learn it almost by accident. So. And Robert, keep laughing. Stop it.
I mean, you're not wrong, but it's just silly.
Wow.
Yeah, we love silly old men in this stream.
You better. This is going to be interesting.
It's Wabbit season. Said he got his degree in supply chain management.
Uh-huh.
So.
Cool. And of course, supply chain management for my MBA was taught back then, and then supply chain management was taught to a certain degree in my management, because you have to know how to do that in order to manage things. So.
And Starby says, "Is all I've found from people who enjoy this game. They're all people who work in manufacturing."
Yeah. Because we're always, always fascinated by the gazintas, I call them. Yeah, I'm going to have to deal with this some other way. The way I laid this particular one is not working, folks. Is not working. All right, spaghetti time. I gotta manage a bit of spaghetti.
It's Wabbit season. Asks if you are a part of CSCMP.
Since I don't know the acronym, I probably am not.
Council of Supply Chain Management Professionals.
Definitely not.
No, for you, Doc, it's kind of one of those skills you needed in order to do your job of programming and finance, right?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, when I took the data from the ERP system and built it into the application, finance um, needed in order to plan out the budgets for the upcoming plane builds. You started with what they call the firing line. In other words, you started with the delivery schedule for all the airplanes, and then you backed into the fact that everything that has to be purchased is purchased at the beginning of the supply chain in order to make it for the final assembly. Well, the final assembly had a certain schedule as it came down the line, and you had to then back off all of that information to make sure that the little widgets at the very beginning of that build got through its cycle all the way to that final build. So yeah, I managed a lot of data that was simply meant for making sure those parts made it to the right place at the right time. So yeah, I'm gonna have to deconstruct this one too. Start all over to bring all of these in onto a scaffold, kind of reversing what I did below.
And Megalith is here.
Hey, good to see you. Good to see you. All right, our goal for today, by the way, just talking about goals, is to get up to a follower count of 270. We hit our 60 subscribers count. The next goal there is to hit 70. We need 70 for the next. So anybody who is willing and wanting to help other people get subscriptions, or if you're not a subscriber yet on Twitch, that would be great to have you as a subscriber as well. And join our Discord and all of the wonderful things we're doing. I think, Robert, to be truthful, we're going to have to change our schedule for members live streams to basically not be a members live stream, but for now just be a public live stream until we get the Twitch subscriber thing figured out.
Okay.
But we'll talk about that.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. So, Doc, I did tell you a little bit about what Twitch subathon is, right?
A Twitch sellathon. That's
subathon.
Subathon?
Yes.
Okay.
So the general idea is that you set a certain amount of time that you're going to stream, starting at like 2 or 4 hours, and then for every subscription you get, the amount of time you stream
increases.
Extends. Yep.
Oh, that'd be great. Keep it going, guys.
Joel Christian.
Add another half hour every time somebody subscribes.
Yeah. Joel Christian just became a member on YouTube.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic, fantastic.
Hey, Joel, if you are not currently a member of our Discord, please join and message one of the admins. There's Doc, me, and Garrett. Message me or Garrett, not Doc, and we will make sure that you have the correct permissions on our Discord as well. And that way you can stay up with news and stuff for member streams and things.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And it's Wabbit season, says Doc, 72 hours later. Please stop subscribing.
72 hours later. Hey, the person who would be saying that would be Robert.
Me.
Robert's the one that needs his sleep. He needs his speedy rest.
Doc,
Yes, Doc.
in order to do a subscriber stream, you have to have broadcast 90 unique days as an affiliate or partner.
What?
I can't just off the cuff do a subscriber stream. Is that a special stream of some sort?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
You you'll see the option to change change audience on the creator dashboard if you are eligible.
Oh, in other words,
Which I don't think that we are
Okay.
yet.
No, we're not.
in other words, not to do a subscribe-a-thon that we were talking about, but to
No,
do
just
a
a subscriber
subscriber-only stream. Okay.
All right. That makes sense.
So
Yeah, that makes sense.
we just broadcast 90 unique days, and we're already affiliates, right?
Yes. Garrett, you're leaving crates.
I picked most of them off.
Most.
Most.
Oh, stop it. So, sometimes they'll do other fun things to add or remove time. And of course the amount of time and stuff kind of depends on the size of the channel. The really big channels, they'll add or subtract, 5 minutes at a time. And they'll still have a 12-hour stream.
So we need to put a limit on. I'll stream up to 12 hours. And so how much time do you add?
So
How much time do you add for each subscriber?
it highly depends on the size of the channel. For us, when you said a half an hour, that's probably a little bit closer, although I think that's a little bit on the high side.
Okay. In other words,
But
we'd be streaming forever if we don't watch it.
right. And of course they usually will put a hard limit on it, but the real the real hardcore guys, they'll just keep going.
That
Mom
sounds
won't like
that
that.
sounds fun. Brings to memory my days of like when we were in the band, and we needed to get new uniforms. So I was in charge of the fundraising to get new uniforms. And what we decided to do was we decided to have a band marathon, and we got people to subscribe for the number of hours that we would be playing as a band, from one song to the next song to the next song. And we decided to go 24 hours. So
Wow.
I divided the band into 3 shifts.
Yeah, now he's talking about like a high school band,
This was a high school band.
not a cool garage band.
No, we're talking about a high school band with trumpets and trombones and clarinets. And,
Right.
we left off the flutes. But anyway, no.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
didn't
yeah.
leave off the flutes. For any of you flute players out there, the flautists were included, yes. Anyway, so anyway, we okay, the connections are in the front. Okay. So we got subscriptions. We divided the band into 3, and each of us took 4-hour shifts. We did it in the cafeteria, and we just kept playing for the whole 24 hours.
I mean that's a workout for everything.
Oh yeah, no kidding. All the brass players just were dying by the end, because I was trumpet player. So playing for 4 hours is playing for 1 hour is bad enough. Playing for
Yeah.
4 hours straight was a bit rubber lip time. Man, my lips were strong after that. I could really hit the high notes good then. After that, so.
You had all the ladies swarming you.
Oh yeah, right. That's not the kind of lips I was talking about. I think Doc should check on his reanimated SAM throughput. Absolutely need to. Obviously, that's gonna be a limiter, because it's not coming very fast, or at least not coming fast enough.
Yeah.
It's the second one down here, and we've got a drone sitting on the port right now, and nothing coming out of it. There it goes. It's just taking off now. Yeah, it's just taken off to go back. So yeah, it's not bringing things very fast. And so we got to check the other end to see if it's bringing full loads. But we'll work on supply chain, the supply issue, as we get that figured out. Okay. As we get more of this built. Okay, so now I've got all of these in here. Now I've got to figure out how I'm going to manifold all of these items. I'm going to get them onto a manifold. Yeah, I think I know what I'm going to do.
Yeah, I suspect that we should probably just grab a a SAM node near you and build that line.
Oh, that's no fun. I like my drones.
Yeah, drones are nice, but SAM comes in low quantities.
Which makes it ideal for drones, doesn't it?
Yes, that's not the issue though. The issue is the fact that we don't have very much in our mega factory.
Right, exactly.
And so
Oh,
getting
is
enough
that the problem? But we were
Yes.
always overloaded with...
because we never used it.
Okay. And then what, I mean, we've only got one other line that uses it. Other
Yes.
than the current line that we're...
Right. The problem is each node of SAM only gives you a very small amount. You don't get very much out of every node. Even fully overclocked and everything else, you don't get very much SAM. So
we probably need to check that SAM node that we're getting the SAM from, which is out at the first coal plant we made. And,
Yep.
and see, make sure it's got a Mark II on it. Make sure it's got upgraded
a Mark
belts.
III.
Mark III, thank you. So forth and so on. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can do...
Yeah, Doc, there are some people who, when they go live on Twitch and they want to be live for a really long time, they'll even put a camera up in their bedroom and just go to sleep. Sleep with a camera on, that sort of thing.
Why would they do that?
Because Twitch is for insane people.
For insane people.
Well,
Okay. I'm insane, therefore I Twitch.
There's a lot to be said for the people who do crazy things, right?
Like Mr. Beast when he first started out.
Yeah, absolutely. People just follow because, oh man, there's been a guy who's been live for that long. What? You know? So, back when I used to watch, what was his name? Cypher PK. I used to watch him for a bit. He did a live stream and he wanted to go for 24 hours. But he took breaks, and like at one point he went out to go play basketball in his backyard. He put up a camera in the backyard and went and played basketball,
Okay.
right? To get some exercise. But the camera stayed rolling the entire time, right?
So therefore he was streaming. Therefore he kept the stream going, huh?
Really, Star?
Okay. Star's saying what?
No, the funniest thing ever is sleeping VTubers with over 2,000 viewers.
Sleeping with 2,000 people watching?
But it's a VTuber, meaning it's a cartoon. As in, not the real person, it's just a cartoon, which means all they have to do is press a button on their keyboard, and boom, looping animation of sleeping.
Okay. Oh, I've got one YouTuber that he's set up. It's Ryan Hall's weather channel. He's got the Ryan Hall Extra, and he has a bot running 24 hours a day, streaming various. He's been able to connect to all of the different notices and warnings and watches and everything all the way around the country. And so this bot integrates and tells about the weather everywhere around the country and just kind of rotates through it. And I mean, come on, people start watching that. I would love to have a finance stream like that, you know?
Yeah.
And he's got, thousands of people that check the channel, It's actually kind of entertaining, to be truthful. Okay, now I have my upper scaffold here.
Volocrum says Robert's mad he didn't come up with the idea.
That could be.
Look,
He might be. So
that's not entirely wrong.
not
Okay,
entirely
so
wrong. Yeah.
a Mark III miner on a SAM node, fully overclocked, is only 300 SAM per minute.
Mark III overclocked 300 SAM per minute.
Yes.
Okay, the input to these is needing 50 per minute. So I've got 8, which means I need 400.
Okay. Even worse,
They only stack in 100.
no, the 300 SAM becomes a quarter of that in
So it's a 4 to
reanimated
1.
SAM. Yeah. So we're getting 75 per minute off of this now. Off this one node. So
Okay.
we're going to definitely have to harvest a whole lot more.
So I can leave the one drone working, and because it's also sharing it with some other usage. But I definitely need to get another 3, 4. I need to get another 4 nodes. We got to get 4 SAM nodes. Ouch. Okay. All right. We will work on that as soon as I get done working on getting the rest of the infrastructure up here built. Okay.
I think this is partially what contributes to Ficsonium not being super efficient. Is
Okay.
because you're paying for a whole lot more machines to do stuff.
Okay.
But so Starby says, so Vidal is a programmer that made an AI VTuber. Lately, though, I've seen his channel stream just sleeping. So basically, Vidal made a really impressive VTuber with an AI who can fully independently stream and raid and be like a streamer, and he makes her sleep on stream.
And he makes her sleep on stream.
Yep. I mean, if anybody who has been around for a little while remembers the movie AI, Artificial Intelligence, we're there. Okay, not in the real world yet, but online, it operates exactly the way that TV show thought. Okay, I'm gonna start looking for some Sam because I've kind of finished with the section I was doing for Garrett,
That would be nice.
and I just want a break. I'll go back and help out Garrett with the next thing when.
Is he out for a walk or something?
No, he's here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm here. I'm here.
I'm just the lighting for the first floor is completely done.
Oh, neat.
It is completely
That
done.
means the roof, the roof on the first floor is completely over the first floor, with walls.
Pretty
all the way
much,
around?
yeah. There are holes in the floor around the edge where I haven't filled in quite yet, but yeah.
Neat. That means we're just about ready to rock and roll out there and start actually building stuff. So we're ready to do that as soon as the power plant is done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Currently, I'm throwing up.
You're throwing up?
As many walkway pieces as I can,
Okay.
really quick.
I wish we had square pipes.
I've got.
Oh, do I wish we had square pipes. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. I interrupted.
Yeah. I'm putting up as many walkway intersections as I can. As fast as I can, pretty much.
Okay.
But that shouldn't take overly long. the longest part will be getting the hyper tubes set up.
Okay. All right. Well, I now have 8 of the machines here set up. And let me... Okay, so we have the other, this part taken care of going into here. We'll take this over here that needs to be plugged in and also plug it into this part of the system because these two are connected now. So I need to bring these items, the nuclear pasta plate and cement in concrete, into the manufacturer. So let's go do that now.
I found a hard drive.
You found a hard drive. Yay!
It's
And in
kind
the
of weird.
future, you won't have to check them constantly.
Yeah.
My hard drives are all in the depot.
Yeah.
So you could create a MAM and just throw it in the MAM and then deconstruct the MAM on it.
Good.
We probably ought to get into that habit.
Yeah, finally get through our backlog.
Yeah, exactly. All right, here we go. It's 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 9. Okay. Yeah. Alrighty. Oh no, Volume is home. Volocrum is home. Okay. Starby made a comment here that I missed. Let me just connect this last one here. Okay. Okay, so Vidal is a programmer that made an AI. Oh, that's what you've been reading and talking about, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, welcome to a new member, Joel. That was a while ago, right?
Yep.
So our chat has been a little bit quiet lately.
A little bit quiet for a few minutes. Yeah.
Mr. Rat says, "Good morning. Doc and Robert made the leap yesterday and began laying rails with intentions of feeding a mega factory. Fantastic. You know, is it caffeinated that does, or Volocrum that does so? It's Volocrum that does so well on the rails, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and he has one of his saves out there. If you want to see rails done really well, go look at the save. Download the Volocrum save out on the Discord, because that is really, really cool.
I don't know if he shared his entire save on the Discord, but he does have a ton of his templates.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we've got a marker sitting out here. What's that? Is that a SAM node that you're marking?
Yeah.
Okay. That's not too far, but you probably want to just... We'll set down another drone and call it, 2A and 2B. And
Actually, no,
3A and 3B.
it's close enough. I'm just attaching it to the current SAM node.
What do you mean, attaching it to the current SAM node?
It's close enough to the base
Uh-huh.
that it actually, a coal line I had to grab a while ago runs right past it. So I'm just running it with that coal line and I'm going to attach it to the output of the train, right where the other SAM node outputs.
Oh,
So,
okie dokie. Okie dokie, you're the one. Okay. And I need plate. So I need this line to continue all the way out. Plate and concrete.
Icy Knight is back. He asked if we
Cool.
did anything important. Oh, you missed anything important?
Well, just missed the realization that I had to put 4 more of the these what do they call these things? Converters. I had to put 4 more of these converters because somebody pointed out that I also needed 760 to go into another part, and I only made enough for the 380.
Oh no.
So I needed 4 more, and I'll show why. I'll show you why I needed 4 more. So I made enough for this with the 3.8 here, and then I needed another 8. I needed 8 to do this much. So I made the 8 to do this part because I've got dark matter residue of 380 as an output over here, that when I get this far, I'll go ahead and loop it back into this system, which is connected. So this 380 eventually will replace this 380 that I initially built for, but I then converted over to this 8 here. So we got an output here coming, and that ought to do it. That's why I needed the extra. So, okay. We've also got to figure out where we're going to get 15 more water extractors.
Oh no, really?
Yeah,
Oh no.
yeah. That is an oh no, because we made this. Oh, we just got a delivery. They just went around the circle.
Oh.
They didn't ask for a signature this time, thankfully.
Yeah.
Or they did, and Mama Doc answered. Okay, so I got off track here. I'm gonna have to make another scaffold here to go out here to service those constructors over there. Okay. Really? Come on. Oh, what is going on here? Why is it acting so weird?
So David says he's by the way, he's redoing his Ficsonium math. He says, "Oh boy, so slight issue.
Yeah.
I cannot transform every plutonium waste per minute into Ficsonium because there isn't enough SAM on the map for the amount of uranium."
Okay. Oh. Oh dear. But there's enough to do this one power plant that I've built, right?
Yes.
Okay. 2100 uranium produces. I need to get over here so I can close.
And Fried Fishy, love that name. Hey Doc, just started playing the game last month and I'm loving it. Just got to phase 5.
Ooh, phase 5. That's crazy. You're already as far as we are. That's pretty cool. Unless he meant
Tier 5.
Tier 5. But last month?
Phase 5 after a month, that's pretty dedicated.
Yeah. So, but you could do it if he doesn't have any sort of life outside of Satisfactory. which is possible. It's possible. So,
Or he's just really good at gaming.
Wow.
or he's just really good. That's true.
An old man just accused you of having no life.
And Icy Knight says phase 5 in a month is easy. Ah,
Okay. Well, maybe it'll be easy on my third playthrough. Because this is only my second playthrough. Took a while to get to phase 5.
what? Oh.
Oh, what? What's wrong, Robert?
I forgot that I'm bringing back regular Sam. And the train wants reanimated Sam. So I'm going to have to do a bit of a little mini factory here to
Okay.
fix it up first.
All right. So I need the.
It needs
Plates.
28,000 SAM per minute. Holy cow. To clear the map. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
No.
He says, I don't think Ficsonium fuel rods are worth it, people.
No. In other words, the next power plant we do, we're just gonna end up having mass storage. Eek. But one thing that I've noticed is the storage is the production is fairly slow, and I don't know if that's because I'm not
Okay.
how do I say it? Not producing enough yet,
Yeah.
and that could be.
Duck, I really do think there is a stage after plutonium where you can sink it. I know you weren't able to find one, but
Yeah, because I thought for sure we had seen a place to that we had seen a place where you could sink it
Yeah.
at some point.
and here, Ace, you're absolutely correct. You can sink plutonium fuel rods. The question is, is there any stage after plutonium that you can sink it? Right. So you use plutonium fuel rods to power nuclear plants. Is there anything afterwards? So we could still get the plutonium power plant. According to the wiki, no. Okay, so Doc is correct.
Okay, so we could sink plutonium fuel rods.
Which is what we did after episode 1.
That's right, we did. Okay, so we can stop after just nuclear power plants, make it into plutonium rods, and sink the rods.
Yep.
That would be a loss of so much potential.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be sad, but that's...
Well, I wanted the experience of making the whole thing womb to tomb,
Yeah.
and so this will be the last womb to tomb one that we do.
That honestly sounds like the kind of thing that they'd want to rebalance at some point, because...
I would hope so. Because, yeah. I would think so.
But you also use so much power in making all the products for Ficsonium. Absolutely.
That's true. Yeah, exactly. That's what we found. The plutonium was so much bigger production than uranium, because we went from 25 uranium to 38 plutonium, and it was just amazing, the jump there. And I'd hate to lose that step just to have the ability to sink it and not store the radioactive waste. But, until they rebalance it, that might be the only thing you can do, is just make the uranium power plants and stop there.
And what we might do in the future is upgrade it and sink some of the plutonium fuel rods and use the rest to power our machines. Right?
We could.
So we can keep whatever we've built running 100% of the time, and all the excess then gets sunk.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'm getting there, folks. I'm getting there.
Have you guys heard anything about the thorium reactors that they're making? We're talking real life now.
I've never heard of thorium reactors, no.
specifically thorium liquid salt reactors.
Thorium liquid salt.
Mm-hmm. So the basic idea is that they keep the fuel suspended in liquid salt rather than just in solid rods. And when I say liquid salt, I don't mean salt in a solution. I mean salt as molten salt.
In other words, heated up to where it became a liquid.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what they use because most reactors have basically a double boiler situation going on, where it heats up a pressurized vat of water that then transfers the heat to another unpressurized vat, which actually turns the turbine. The liquid salt takes the place of the first vat, the pressurized vat. Also holds all the reactant, all of the fuel for the nuclear plant.
Huh?
But that fuel only ever reacts when it enters the reactor.
Oh.
So it just makes it incredibly safe.
Yeah, it makes it totally inert before using it.
Yeah.
That
So,
would be nice.
David Ullo says,
And you can
Okay.
switch out the fuel as you're going when you need to, rather than having to completely shut the plant down to add more fuel.
Yeah, because the fuel rod situation, they have to shut it down to replace fuel rods. Okay, interesting.
David says he also watched the video by Kyle Hill, Garrett.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
Which is about
The thorium.
the thorium. Okay.
Yeah, the thorium reactors, yeah.
That's funny.
It was a good video. It was a good video.
Okay.
Yeah, Kyle Hill is a YouTuber that does content based around nuclear power.
Oh, okay. So he's a power junkie. He likes understanding and knowing what power options there are, and especially clean
his big
fuel
thing-
ones.
Yeah, his big thing is trying to get people, specifically the people who are into clean power, to accept nuclear power, because for some reason there are a lot of people that just will not even consider nuclear power.
Yeah, exactly.
When it really is the best option for everyone.
It really is.
It solves everyone's problems.
And the issue is, a lot of those people, grew up out of the data and information that came out of the 70s, where there was a problem with storing nuclear waste, and the plants back then were so inefficient that they really didn't have a good method to get rid of the waste.
And this is a more recent thing I've read a couple of papers on, is it also got really sucked into, at least here in the United States, into a lot of the 1970s political movements, where it became so intertwined with politics that at that point, if you were on the political left, you had to hate nuclear power, and if you were on the political right, you had to love nuclear power, right? And it became attached to politics in a way that it shouldn't be at all.
Yeah, because whether you believe in global warming or not, global climate change or not, you should love nuclear power. It's a better way of getting our power in every single way.
Okay, so what are we doing? So Doc, I was able to get you some more SAM. You got you another 90 per minute. How much more do you need? So you should be at around 180 per
400.
minute. You need 400 total?
I need 400 total per minute.
Should I sloop them?
I think so.
That's the only way I see us getting it. Yeah, David, we could just sloop everything, right? That would work.
Right. Sure.
Use all of our sloops to get enough SAM in order to get enough power.
To sloop them.
Yeah.
To get enough power to sloop them, right?
I mean, unfortunately, before they, we only got around 30 sloops total before they did the whole map reset. So we have like a maximum in the world of like 130 some odd sloops. So can't use them for everything. We would never do such a thing, Icy Knight. Never.
As what? Okay. I see night. Or you can use the duplication glitch. Yeah, you could. That was a very interesting video. That was a very interesting video.
Well, you remember the even easier version they made of it?
Okay, remind me.
You put it in the back of a cart, and then you dismantle the cart. That's it.
Okay, back of
A factory cart?
okay.
Yeah, it has one inventory slot,
Uh-huh.
and when you dismantle it, it gives it back twice as much.
Really? But how long does it take to do that?
You put the cart on the ground, put it in, dismantle it.
Yeah, that's time consuming,
Yeah.
wouldn't you think?
But with something like Summer Sloops, where there's only one stack of Summer Sloops total on the entire map,
Okay.
in,
One operation can double the number of sloops you have.
yeah, in 5 minutes you can have 1,000 sloops,
Uh-huh.
you know.
Okay. Okay, so these are supposed to make singularity cells.
Yeah, that's what David says.
Did I create the wrong machine?
I don't know.
Or have we not unlocked singularity cells yet? Because I'm not being able to set this to make singularity cells. Okay. Singularity cells used in creating that. Recipe not unlocked.
Oh. Oh no.
I'm going to be headed back to the hub because I get the feeling that
Yeah.
we don't have a tier unlocked that we need to unlock.
Which, that's going to be a lot of work. We have to unlock all the spatial energy regulation, and we have not made the wonky thing on the left yet.
Yeah, not made that. All right, I'm headed back to.
And David Olo says Summer Sloops also quadruple the energy cost of buildings, further reducing the benefit of producing Ficsonium. Yep.
Uh-huh. Oh, crud. I brought the wrong one over. I brought the wrong one. 2 wrong ones over. Golly, gee whiz. Well,
Doc, sometimes I wonder if you're in your 60s or your 80s. Golly gee willikers, mister.
yeah, that I'm trying to think of the shows. I mean, I've got to deconstruct all of my transport and in order to get rid of these things.
Aww.
Now, I did not power up the machines, so that does mean that I don't have to.
The wonky thing on the left is a superposition oscillator. Thank you, Icy Knight. Darby says, before I venture out for the first time, what would be something neat to have?
Something neat to have. What would something neat to have be?
And David says, venture out to where? Which I think is a good question.
Yeah.
Where goest thou?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
What? The reanimated Sam line is backed up, Doc. Huh?
Okay, which means I'm not transporting enough of it. The reanimated Sam line at the Mega Factory?
Yeah.
So you're at the Mega Factory. I don't need to go there.
Yes, I'm at the Mega Factory.
Yeah, can you start doing what you need to do to make a singularity Dougal?
What's a Dougal?
Yeah. Couldn't you leave
That's a
everything
new one.
there when you unlock singular? Couldn't you just leave everything there when you unlock the singularity cells? Yes, definitely. Definitely. I deconstructed a line because I pulled the wrong product. I needed to grab the cement up here, concrete up here to there. Whoops. All right, fine.
What? There's a backup somewhere.
There's a backup somewhere. Let's see.
I wish we could see what's on a Mark 6 conveyor. This is so frustrating.
Where are you not seeing something on a Mark 6 conveyor?
Sorry, Mark 6 lift.
Oh, yes. Totally get that. They should have put it windowed edges. If they wanted to fully enclose it, they should have put windowed edges. But the problem is, product doesn't actually move up. I think from what their explanation was, is that it vaporizes it and reconstructs it at the top.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Convenient excuse.
Yeah, exactly.
What?
I'm sorry, but if we're doing vaporizing and reconstructing, can't we just transmit it across the map?
Yeah, as soon as we get portals.
Well, that only moves people.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Hey, I am opposed to being vaporized and reconstructed.
You are opposed to that?
I'm not opposed to it.
Okay. You know, I always thought the Star Trek thing was kind of creepy. You know.
Which story was it? I'm sure it's been done a bunch of different times. Basically, the idea was that the transporter's there. What they actually doing is they're making a photocopy of what you're doing, of you. Okay, they make a copy of you, all your neural signals, whatever else, and remake a new version of you every time they teleport you, and then just vaporize the old you.
So what was that one show that had kind of a... Oh, doggone it. I fell off the edge. Darn it.
Well, that should be all the shrouds done.
Why is it going so slow? What is stopping you?
So you found a problem that was slowing down the reanimated SAM line?
Yeah, I haven't solved it yet, though.
And that's what you're yelling about?
Yeah. Weird. So Icy Knight says, if we can use the dimensional depot to put things in, why can't there be an output version of the depot?
Yeah. That seems like a simple, very logical
I think it
extension.
does, but I think it defeats the purpose of a lot of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it means you get rid of all transportation. It means you get rid of all networking. It's just products are instantly where you want them to be at all times.
Yep. I'm not against that. Yep.
You know what they
Should
should
have a lot of
do
mercy
is
spheres.
that
Anyway, go ahead.
what they should do is that the dimensional unloader loads a random assortment of items. You can't tell it which items to unload.
Oh gosh.
So it unloads a random assortment of items, and then you have to deal with a random assortment of items until you get what you want.
That would make it almost worthless.
Yeah, that would make it almost worthless. You're right.
Unless it was basically uploading everything wherever you find it across the map and then downloading it in the mall.
Yep.
Icy Knight does say there is a limit of 240 items per minute, which is pretty slow, which is, yeah, that's very true. But that's per uploader, per downloader, so just
Just
make extras.
place multiple. Yep. Place multiple of them. Okay, come on. What is the problem here? That is out. And that is down.
What's to disconnect them to now?
Yeah, just connected to. But it was...
Okay, so I think somebody... Oh, yeah, because that's a merger, not a splitter.
What did I do again?
Icy Knight pointed that out earlier. I just didn't get to it.
Okay.
Icy Knight's using all caps now.
What is Zoomerwin talking about here?
Oh.
And Fried Fishy says, "Hey Doc, just started playing." Oh, we already read that. Loving it. Got to phase 5. Zoomerwin, it is very good. You have a lot of nuclear pasta, while some content creators Took hundreds of hours to make 2.5 nuclear pasta per minute. Well, we've got three particle accelerators making nuclear pasta. So while we have a lot now, it's been working on bringing a lot of it. We might have to work on increasing the production there in order to make it work. So on IM Kibitz pre 1.0, took him 100 hours to get 400 refineries to make copper powder, but it only made 2.5 pasta per minute. We're sinking a lot of copper powder. Interesting.
That's one of the nice things about having the mega factory is when we wanted to make nuclear pasta, we just built one manifold line. That's really all it takes. And now, of course, there's supply chain issues. Of course, we're always dealing with supply chain issues, but that's the trade-off for having a mega factory instead of modular. Everything becomes just plug and play. So. And Manfred has a good point about the output from the Dimensional Depot. Manfred says it's because they wanted it to be used for the player when building and not for automating factories.
Yeah, it's something that doesn't make sense when you talk about in the world, but when you talk about game balance, it makes perfect sense.
Get too far back there. Okay. It's auto-connected. And those auto-connected. Okie-dokie. And those are not configured because I can't configure them because... So, Robert, what are you working on?
Decoding how to make a superposition oscillator, because in order to make a superposition oscillator, I need to make dark matter crystals.
Okay, which
And
I'm
that comes
making
first.
out here.
Huh?
Which I'm making out here.
Dark matter crystals?
Yes. Yeah, we're making dark matter crystals, diamonds, and dark matter residue.
Okay, well that doesn't help because I have to make a superposition oscillator manifold back at the mega factory.
Right.
So.
Okay.
So I guess I'm doing dark matter crystals first. And that requires dark matter residue
And diamonds.
and diamonds.
Yep.
Okay.
So, should I just keep building out the next part of the power plant, and you're working on resolving the issue of getting spatial energy regulation done? Or do you want me to come work on collecting the other items that we need, like the radio control unit, and the turbo motor, and the SAM triangle there? I'm not sure what it's called. While you work on the superposition oscillator. So which do you want me to continue working on?
I keep doing your thing.
Okay.
Collecting those three things is going to take just a couple minutes anyway, so.
Okay, very good then. I will work on the next piece, which means that we can go over here. Now that we're done with making this, we need the dark matter residue to come into this. We need to make 4 more particle accelerators to take the waste and the dark matter residue and the singularity cells to make the Ficsonium. So here we go with 4 more particle accelerators. Let's go ahead and power these up before we do that. Then that's all complete at least. So I'm going to drag a power pole from here Okay, power line there. And attach to that, put at the edge of this. How far can I go? Yeah, let's do it there. All right, let's put the wire and pull this. Oh, pull this over toward the back. Okay, so those are all powered up. We can conveyor the all right.
What is the
time.
easiest way to make dark matter residue?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Okay. Easiest way, you just have a. Unfortunately, we're using SAM to make it. You use the reanimated SAM in a
Oh, that's
reanimated SAM into a
converter.
converter.
Okay. And how much does that make? 100 per minute?
Yeah, 50 reanimated SAM makes 100 per minute dark matter residue.
So, one dark matter crystal
Needs how much?
needs 5 dark matter crystal. Dark matter residue. Times 30 per minute.
Oh,
So I need
my.
150. Okay. It's gonna use a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to use a little bit. We're going to be waiting a while. So I'll get the rest of this factory put together with the nuclear power plants and everything. By the time I finally get it done, you might actually have the spatial energy unlocked.
I'm not gonna have spatial energy locked anytime soon.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's going to take me a while to get this part done. So, all right, I need a merger.
Sorry, Garrett. I guess I've been recruited. I'm not gonna be helping you today.
That's fine.
It's not like I expected any help from you anyway.
Aw, you didn't say that.
I mean, I'm like, it's not like I've noticed what you've done.
Oh,
everything you've done.
oh, that's even worse.
No, I have noticed, and I've been very much appreciative of the lines you put on the ground. It's helped me line things up.
And the lighting.
And the lighting, yes.
And the moral support.
Well,
Well, let's talk about things you have done.
guys are so bad.
Fried Fishy says, asks you a question, Doc.
Yeah.
Would you say you enjoy building Mega Factory style builds or sticking with modular styles and shipping things around?
As we get farther along, there has been a definite push towards some being modular and some being mega factory style. We are building a giga factory, we're calling it, and that's what Garrett has been working on heavily. So it's a matter of what seemed right at the time is really what happened all along. And realistically, right at the time meant that, like, for example, if I just swing over here and kind of fly up, that factory right there is a huge factory that creates the ingots for aluminum ingots, and that's all this huge factory does because aluminum ingots were so incredibly. Uh-oh, who got kicked?
I did. My computer blue screened.
Not me.
Your computer blue screen, which means the um, entire stream went down.
Nope.
No? Oh, that's right. We don't have your computer. Well, Robert is DOA at the moment, and he's rebooting his computer, trying to figure out why he blue screened. But anyway, so the quick answer here is yes, this whole factory right here definitely is a modular factory. It makes aluminum, and it sends it out by train. It looks like there's a train in there that's unloading right now, and it'll take off and go take it to the mega factory. So yeah, it made sense to put that factory in a place where we just turned out one item. Now you see just down the cliff from it over here is another factory, and I'm not quite sure what that one made. That one made the packaged fuel, Robert? Is that one what that one made?
Yeah. Packaged turbo fuel.
Yeah, packaged turbo fuel down there. And this train with all the cars on it goes and picks up from there as well. So there's little factories everywhere. Off in the distance, you see a platform that turned out 10 gigawatts of power based on fuel, and we use turbo fuel for that. And there's 5 of those platforms out there in the water. So yeah, there's definitely a modular factory component to the things that I've built. So yeah, it kind of whatever seemed to make sense at the time is what we built at the time. So oh, there's not going to be anything in this container anytime soon. But, oh, oops, I flipped the wrong direction. Again. I seem to always be directionally challenged. There we go. Input to input. There. Okay. So that's where we will store when we start getting it built. It'll go through that storage unit in case there's a backup. All right. We need to now reconnect the diamond line. And diamond is on top here, so I'm just way too high. Okay. I'm going to build a stackable top of there. There we go. All right, there to there, and it's going to have to be a regular one. And there to there connects that. All righty. Get my diamonds back into position here. And get that line running again. All righty. Hey, Robert, what you struggling with?
Getting back online and getting in the game.
Okay, you there yet? Not quite?
Nope.
Okay. So what's happening? I mean, it's just time? Just taking time to get there?
Probably.
Probably.
First,
I can hear the frustration in your voice.
Yeah. Things just didn't fully set up right.
Oof. Okay, I am.
I just wish Logitech would spend more time making sure their product function and less time trying to jam AI into my keyboard.
Yeah, so true, so true. Okay, we need to build now. Um, we need to build this piece of equipment. We need to build a quantum encoder. We can build a quantum encoder, can't we? I hope. We'll see real quick whether we can or not. Okay. And that uses the last of our droned in materials. And we need 8 of them. So let's go see about our quantum encoder. There is a quantum encoder in our mix. And yes, we can build it right there. It has 4 inputs. That is a huge machine as far as the length of it. It's just pretty awesome looking, actually. I think it's pretty awesome looking. I'm going to come over here and see. Since I need to build 8 of them, I need to kind of scooch it up. Leave plenty of space, but at the same time. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that ought to work right there. There. 3, 4, 5.
Hey Robert, could I get you to
6.
come over to my location?
No. 7.
I'm at F3.
Is his critical? Is it critical? I mean, literally, is it critical? 1, 2, 3, 4,
No.
5, 6, 7.
I just need a second opinion.
Okay. Robert, are you back online yet?
No,
Oh, I forgot he's still off.
What's happening, Robert?
I had to restart my computer
Right.
because when my computer came back, the Logitech software, which enables my keyboard to function, was not recognizing the keyboard.
Wonderful. Robert's had a little more than just a little bit of frustration with Logitech lately. He's got this blue screen issue that's basically created by the Logitech driver for the keyboard he's using. And I mean, how do you fix that? Literally, how do you fix?
I actually think that the two issues are both distinct, but I have both issues. But I don't know. The Logitech issue just started when I had the last update of Logitech, like about 2 weeks ago, where they added AI to your software so that you could use AI to design macros. And I haven't touched it, haven't used it, but ever since then the software has been unstable.
Ouch.
So, anyway,
Okay.
that's sad because I've used Logitech peripherals for 20 years now.
Yeah, and you shouldn't really have a problem with it. Okay, the quantum encoder has, okay, 1 port for liquid, 3 ports for solids. Okay. 3 ports for solids. Good. Okay, so I'm going to bring in the liquid on the ground coming from there. Okay, that's straight enough, I guess. Then we'll just feed it down for the rest of them. Okay, wait a minute. We've got. I need to see this again. Okay. Okay. Oh, the output here, 380 dark matter residue, is coming from those machines. So, what's interesting is we feed 380 in excited photonic matter um, into the quantum encoder, and then it just spits it right back out. So it uses it, but spits it out in the same quantity, 380 in, 380 out, which I find to be interesting in the respect that we just not quite not quite sure why we would want why it has to do that. Okay, so um, okay, I need a splitter, a junction, pardon me, and I'm going to junction this right back that direction, and lead pipe here, and we're going to just go out as far as we can. Keep going. And we want to keep going. Okay, there. And part of the output here is going to be a liquid here. Whoa, stop. Can't get too close to the edge. In fact, I'm going to pull the power lines over here so I don't have that problem. Okay, excited photonic. Not. Oh dear, not the same thing. Wait a minute. What did I miss? What did I miss? Dark matter residue out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's blue, and white, and pink. Ah, crap. So I don't need 380 in and 380 out. What do I do with that? I can't sync dark matter residue. What can I do with it?
Isn't that what we loop back to the beginning of the process? That
Actually, no. Icy Knight just pointed out that this dark matter residue is totally different from the, pardon me, dark matter residue there, dark matter residue out. Oh, the 380 excited photonic matter in. Okay, doggone it. So what I just built was a pipeline putting dark matter residue in, and it needs to be excited photonic matter. And I just need 2 machines to create that. And I need to not have this connected to that other pipeline.
okay, I finally have chat back up, and it looked like Megalith asked while I was indisposed if we're gonna have a showcase today, and no.
Okay, we're not having a showcase today.
Nope.
Okay. So I need to make 2 machines and connect it to this pipe here, and okay, yes, that's, and then the output. Okay. I've got it. Okay, so this 380 output does need to come back into this right here. but this is totally recreated. And this, okay, these, gotcha. Thank you so much for catching that for me. I really, really appreciate the fact that it's,
I like that diagram software, but I'd love to see it with text, so I'm not having to
so I did,
interpret pictures all the time.
yeah, so I don't have to float my mouse over constantly
Yeah.
to get the text. Yeah,
But
that would be
Mantrid
good.
says there is an alt recipe that turns dark matter crystals,
Dark
or
matter.
dark matter residue into crystals. So you want me to check our alt recipes? Would that be helpful?
Yeah, that would be. And if we don't have it yet, start chucking those hard drives in there.
Okay.
Because eventually we'll have. Um, no, we'll have just. Okay, just a second. We have 760 coming in here. We have 380 coming in here. We have 380 coming out here. So really, this system, as a closed system, is making enough dark matter residue. And yeah, for this system, we won't need to change it or sync it or anything like that. Yeah, we won't have to for this. But for later, when we have extra dark matter residue, we're going to need to somehow get rid of it. So, okay. Um, see if it'll still connect. Yeah, it'll still connect. All right. All right. And we got clean pipe here, clean pipe there, there, and there. All right, I do want to see this again. We're going to need water extractors, but they'll be down. They'll just be brought in with pipes. We need to make these two machines. We've got those machines laid. Okay, and the next floor will have our power plants up on top. Okay, so I think we're good for layout. We've got plenty of space. We can put the two of these that we need, and I think we're good. Okay, so I'm going to go to production, and wait, it's not a converter, is it? What is it? It's a converter. Yep, it's a converter. Okay. It's interesting that a converter can just make something out of nothing. I thought it was really interesting when we discovered that the converter doesn't take any inputs. Doesn't take any inputs, but creates the. Yeah, I'm going to put it over here against the wall. But creates this dark photonic matter, or, yeah, whatever it is that we're creating. What are we creating here? Why am I having a hard time? I got too many things in my brain thinking. Yeah, it's going to make the excited photonic matter from nothing. No inputs, just outputs. Excited photonic matter. There's nothing on the input side at all. It just creates it.
Yeah, the excited photonic matter. It does a bunch of other stuff that require inputs, but not that.
Yep, not that. Which kind of makes it interesting. So, and just
Yeah, and Icy Knight says the excited photonic matter is just photons that interact in a certain way, so it makes sense that it needs nothing. Yeah.
makes sense to who?
Well, sure.
Just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, excited photonic matter, as in it's excited photons, so light that's excited. Yeah. Well, I'm finally back in game.
Oh, fantastic.
That was disturbing and frustrating. But
Yeah, no kidding. So, I am glad that we've got a separate streaming PC.
yeah. Yeah.
The reason just proved itself out to having a separate PC to do that. So,
And
That's
it's strange that I'm getting these sorts of blue screens. Unfortunately, I did dig into the Windows Event Viewer and looked it up, and basically the two options it was giving was either there's a driver problem with my video card, or there's actual physical damage to my PCIe slot that the video card's plugged into.
interesting.
I used multiple different drivers, tested them, didn't resolve the issue, but unfortunately it's an issue that only crops up once a week, right? So it easily could have just not happened.
Uh-huh.
So I'm leaning towards it being some actual physical damage to the motherboard, which would really kind of suck, but then that kind of begs the question, why does that error only happen once a week when I'm sitting here, I mean, the computer's being used, but it's being used all the time, and I do, like, so far, the crashes have only happened when we're playing Satisfactory. Never happened when I'm editing videos, which is much more GPU intensive.
Yeah,
So, it's weird.
that is very weird. Okay.
Mantrid said in one of the videos they explain that excited photonic matter is made possible because the converter is made with SAM fluctuators. So it's basically energy made into physical matter.
Energy made into physical matter.
Sounds like sci-fi gobbledygook.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
But that's okay, right?
Well, this is all sci-fi here too. We're on a foreign planet. Futuristic, futuristic world that requires us to build so that we can save humanity. That's obviously in need of all these resources that we provide.
Yeah.
So, we'd like to know a little bit more about that storyline, but we will, I suppose, in time.
No, Icy Knight, it's just theory.
What's just theory?
Well, Icy Knight said it's just science. I said, no, it's just theory. We haven't done it. It's just theory. Icy Knight that says, who cares about saving humanity? Save the kittens and puppies.
Save the kittens and puppies first.
Well, I'm gonna be excited having a dog around to play with. That's gonna be nice.
As in,
Having Cricket around.
having
For a bit.
cricket.
Yeah.
I'm struggling to figure out how I'm going to do this.
We haven't done it yet because we don't have the technology. Right. As in, we haven't... Somebody's made a theory, which is quite possibly true. But until we can test it and rigorously test it and actually do it, it's still just theory. It's not science. It's not actually factual yet.
Actually factual?
Actually factual. Yes. We think it is, but that's a hypothesis. Yep.
We gotta always test the null hypothesis to prove it false. Okay. Doc, you need to move. Okay, Icy Knight's. Icy Knight, the Inspector General,
Yep.
is giving me a message here. You need to move the quantum encoders forward to have more space for the inputs.
No, I should be more precise in my language. Science is a process. It's not a subject. It's a process.
I
And
need
so
to move
no
the quantum
thing is
encoders
science.
forward so I have more space for the inputs. Oh, I've got plenty of space for the inputs. I'm just gonna put yeah. A yeah on it. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. Watch the solution I'm employing here. That's on the second level. There to there. Actually, doggone it. Now I'm going to run into trouble if I don't do this part right. There to there. And there to there, because I want it to go that direction.
Who's using... Oh my gosh.
Who's using what?
Oh, just the amount of SAM that's heading your way. You aren't actually using the SAM yet, are you?
Yeah.
You
Reanimated Sam? That part of the factory's running, yes.
And what's it doing?
That part of the factory is creating dark matter residue.
Right. It. So I guess I'm just surprised that that whole thing hasn't backed up yet because the
It-
final process isn't done yet, right?
It is, yeah, it is backed up now. And I've got a conveyor that's not giving stuff here, so I'm going to deconstruct the conveyor and see if I can reconnect it. What is... Icy Knight, I need your help here. Why isn't this connecting?
Deconstruct it and rebuild it.
I did. Yeah, I deconstructed this.
Is that just a regular splitter?
Yeah, it is. And it's working for this side and
Yeah.
this side. But when I hook up a conveyor here, you know, it's got an output port there, and it goes to that in port. And
Okay, go try to interact with the splitter, just to make sure it's not smart. It is.
smart. Now, how did I get a smart splitter?
Because you're dumb.
Because because yeah,
I'm sorry.
this last one had to be a smart splitter because it was once upon a time going the overflow to okay. Annie. So I just made it a dumb splitter. Hi. Yes. Okay. All righty. Okie dokie. Very good. Just make it a normal splitter. Don't configure it. Yeah. No. It is a smart splitter. Is that, yeah. It is a smart splitter. Yep. I just moved it to Annie. Is there a problem with that? I don't think so. And this one's not a smart splitter. Why don't they look different? I thought they did look different.
They probably have some lighting difference or something.
Yeah. Thankfully, it's all working now.
Good.
I just put the 3 outputs to Annie. So.
Okay, so Doc, we made this ad hoc setup to make. Oh, come on, what's the name of it? To make the neural quantum processors,
Yeah.
but we just fed it from storage units and stuff. I need to tear all this down, right?
Okay, you want to show it on the screen so I can see what you're talking about?
Here. So it was this whole setup we built.
Okay. I'm just waiting for it to come on Twitch. Okay, there. Yeah, we did that all ad hoc, and we just stuffed what we needed into the storage units.
Yeah, so I'm just going to deconstruct the whole thing. I did change this over here to be a sync, so we should have a decent number in there. Neural quantum processors. Yeah, we have 250 in there. So
Okay.
we'll have to rebuild this at some point, I'm sure, for something, but
So instead of a sink, you've got it going into a depot now that we can keep pulling them out.
yeah. Well, we never sunk them. We just
let it fill up and stop.
yeah, we just had it in a
Okay, very good.
storage chest. Okay, well, I'll dismantle this and
Okay. Well, I'm getting one step at a time closer. I'm probably driving Icy Night nuts. Right now. My Inspector General is gonna fire me, I'm sure.
So Sambeat says, have been following your videos for quite a while now. Videos and shorts help me in a lot of the builds, specifically the manifold lines. Glad I could catch the live stream.
Yeah. Well, glad you're here. Glad you made it here.
Still there, Garrett?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just waiting for materials. I'm being able to build build these walkways faster than the hub can keep up. So
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for materials to fill back up. Very soon I'll be to the point where I'm actually going in and connecting up all of the conveyors, and collaring the conveyors. And so at that point we'll have a fully functional walkway system.
Cool. Are you waiting for anything in particular for the walkways?
You guys know why Christmas trees stopped
Crystals?
popping out
Quartz.
Christmas gifts? Alexa, they stopped putting out Christmas gifts on the 16th of January. Technically, Fixmas was done at that point.
Yeah, quartz crystal.
Quartz crystal. Are you using
Well,
whole fun of
this
it?
idea did not work.
I can quickly put an extra depot on it.
It's not a problem. I can just wait a minute.
Aww. Say hi to Fritz. No. How about if we say hi to Freya?
Hi, Freya.
All right.
Who's whining for
Yep,
attention.
sounds like it.
Even though I took her out for a walk in the near freezing temperature.
Thank goodness it's near
Yeah.
freezing, right?
Yeah, I thought it would be a lot closer to yesterday. But no, yesterday it was like 65 when I went out to walk with her. Today it was 37.
Yeah.
And that would have been like 1 or 2 degrees Celsius. And I was out in just a t-shirt and a pair of shorts.
Well, that was kind of dumb. But it's
I didn't
normal
expect
for
it to be
you.
quite so cold. I didn't expect it to be quite so cold. The real problem was the wind. And with all the pasture land around here, it gets really windy. And a nice stiff wind at 37 degrees makes it feel a whole lot colder.
Yeah, it does.
Mr. Rat said, I started in the rocky desert, but soon changed my mind and wanted the easy spheres and hard drives, so he paved over the pink forest and went right back to the grasslands by tractor.
That's one way.
Somebody posted a picture of their city build. So they're designing. Now, I think we've seen some parts of it, or somebody else try it, where they're designing their whole factory modular style, but everything has roads between. It looks like a city complex. I kind of like that idea for a new game.
Okay.
Hey, Megalith, we aren't doing a showcase today. We're moving the showcases to likely once a month. We enjoy doing the showcases, but right now the quantity of pictures being posted aren't quite high enough, and so we'd only be showing, 4 or 5 pictures each week. So, by doing it once a month, we can make a good, hour-long presentation of it and really have some good fun with it.
Yeah, exactly. They seem to end too soon. I'm ready for more.
Yeah, sorry, Mega.
All right. Let's see what happens here.
You good on crystals now, Garrett?
Yeah.
Okay. That should be good, right? Right there. So let's go from here, see what it does when it wants to attach to there. What happens? Ah, ha, ha, ha. Yes. It worked. It worked. And now I've got these. Can come out from here to go straight into these. Well, that was interesting. Okay. Now let's see what happens when I go here to there and there to there. That works very nicely. Okay. Now I'm going to just go and deconstruct those two because that was the test. Is somebody laughing at me again?
No, I was laughing at Mr. Rats. He followed up on his paving the world comment by saying the great freeway in the sky isn't a figure of speech. He went over the mountains rather than explore through the ground level.
Over
That's
the
funny.
mountains rather than explore enough to find the ground level route. Okay. Hey, Doc. I hope you're doing fantastic. Petey, 95 cents. Love from the UK. All right. The UK. It must be evening time about then. Over there. Okay. And Sambit. Kubar Lenka. Wow, that's a long name. Good. Been following your videos and shorts for a while now. Give me a lot in the build, specifically the manifold lines. Glad you could catch a live stream. That's good. I'm glad you could catch us too. There's a lot of good information that passes in these live streams. So if you're not a member already, can consider becoming a member, helping support the channel so we can even do more. We're kind of stuck right now trying to get our studio done. Part of it is a little bit of finances, and time is another part. So we're working hard on that.
Garrett's actually been super helpful coming out and helping out with the mudding and whatnot as he has time between school.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just been poking at it here and there.
It's been nice.
Yeah, it has been very nice. Well, you keep on harumphing, Robert.
I'm in a bothered mood ever since my computer blue screened, and so I'm harumphing a lot.
Yes, you are.
Let me show you my latest harumph.
Okay.
That'll be super quick.
And then give Robert all a kind word or two.
That sign right there. What's the image on that sign?
It says import, and it's silicon.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. What does it show on your screen?
No, it's silicon. It's just not super visible.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the least amount of emission possible. Like, I can turn it off entirely, right? But then it's just
Give it a totally different color background.
then it's blue,
Yeah.
right? So I want it to be a little bit emissive, to be a little bit brighter, but there's nothing between those two settings.
Okay. Yeah,
Right.
leave it bright. That's fine. I was
So-
able to recognize it even broadcasting it through Twitch. So.
Well, the interesting thing though, and that's probably my monitor settings, something I didn't realize as soon as I made it live on Twitch, is my monitor must be really bright because my monitor is washing that out. On my screen, all I can see is two little gray streaks here. Everything else is perfectly white. Whereas on Twitch, you can actually see light blue against white. So
Okay. Well, must be a little bit of your monitor issues.
yeah, I think I should just turn down the brightness of my monitor then, I guess. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So anyway. Betty says you can alternate the emission levels.
Alternate?
I thought the emission was global. Oh, alternate between signs. Hmm. Yeah, you're right. So Icy Knight. I don't go out and grab silica by hand, but it's a problem with all of the signs with this color scheme, and so I'd either have to change the color scheme of the entire thing or see if it just is an issue with my monitor. Nobody else has complained, so I'm guessing it is just my monitor being too bright, right?
Hmm. That's interesting. How did that one get set that way? I don't know.
Well, it's not just the so this the silicon is the one that it's the worst on, but generally a whole wall of signs like our directory is almost worthless to me. I have to go up and look really close at each sign to tell what they are.
Yeah, that must be your monitor because I don't have. I can stand at a distance and view the whole thing all together, and not have a problem telling what each one of them is. So there must be something going on with the brightness of your monitor.
Mm. Well, the contrast was set to 80 and brightness set to 60. So I think brought them both down by 10, and I can definitely see things better. But now the whole world looks dark, which is interesting.
Yeah, that's weird.
But it's definitely made a big difference.
Okay.
Oh, cool. The fact that I could see my screen and on stream and how different they were.
Alrighty. Now the waste. Now the waste gets brought in. Okay.
And Sam Beat said he also started from the desert, Rocky Desert, and is still reconsidering. He actually made a whole power grid just so he could travel around using zip lines.
That's cool.
Zip lines are fun.
Yeah, the zip lines are fun. That's for sure.
And Petty asks, are y'all coloring your pipes and conveyors based on their contents or the color you like or what?
Sometimes we've got a default color that you've seen on the screen, but there are times when we've colored them. I know you have, Robert. You should answer this question about that.
Yeah, I colored them in the aluminum factory, but I haven't been religious about keeping them colored correctly. And it's kind of one of those best practices that we should, but we just haven't.
All right, that needs to go into here along with those two, and then we need the We've got the excited photonic matter coming in. So the last thing to hook up is this one. And then we just bring the waste and the water. Oh, wait a minute. We've got this coming into there. We never did hook that up yet, did we? Oh. Oh.
I don't want to hear uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Doc? What's uh-oh?
Uh-oh is forgetting a step, missing a step.
I don't want to hear that.
Okay. I just won't tell you about it.
Petty got a glimpse of your taskbar.
What?
Oh Lord, all the programs pinned to Doc's taskbar.
Yeah? My taskbar is my menu.
Once they give us back a real start menu.
Yeah, that you don't have to click 5 times in order to get to a program.
Or actually let you see the programs that are installed on your PC instead of making you search for them.
Yeah.
Or putting one of them and putting them into a gigantic list you have to scroll through.
It's better than having icons all over your screen. I think. I think it's better than that.
Part of the reason why I'm still considering going to Linux is just
That.
Windows ain't what it used to be.
I still say that Windows 95 has the peak start menu. Now you can add in the modern search, but Windows 95 had the peak, the best start menu.
Yeah, I'm struggling to remember what that was like even.
Oh, that was just the one that had the folders that you'd hover over the folder and it'd open up a little pop-up window next to it with the next degree of folders, and you could organize all your programs how you wanted to and move them around and.
Yeah, you could organize all their shortcuts, really.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. And Icy Knight just says, Linux! In all caps.
Yeah, Linux.
Doc, don't we have crystals being made here in the Mega Factory?
What kind of crystals?
Diamonds?
Yeah, I'm transporting them from there.
They're not on the list anymore, and they're not in the depot. Or they're not labeled anywhere in the mall.
Well, but you brought a port up to me, up to the top
Yeah.
level.
It
Just
just hasn't been
recently.
labeled. Okay, there it is. It just
Okay.
hadn't been labeled.
Okay, good.
So, Petty, Windows 10 and 11, first off, yes, there's a mode where you can revert back, but by default, they have their start menu that's a specific size, and you scroll up and down and click into stuff there. The Windows 95 one, which I like the best, it pops up a secondary window with everything listed, and a tertiary window with all of them listed. And even better, those were physical folders on your hard drive. So if you needed to, you can go to your hard drive, you can open up Windows Explorer, and manipulate them there too. Which was super nice.
Yeah, and it was easy. That's the big thing, is that it was easy.
But then they decided that they wanted to be more like Apple.
They've always wanted to be like Apple.
Yeah,
Which
Microsoft.
is the wrong way to do it. I mean,
Microsoft has no brand identity.
Yeah, and it's Microsoft never had the brilliant creative leadership that Apple had.
Well,
I mean, Bill Gates was a competent administrator, and he knew how to recognize when somebody had good code,
thus,
but he wasn't a creative leader
thus you
like
had Paul Allen.
Steve Jobs was.
Thus you had Paul Allen.
Don't know that name.
Paul, you don't know Paul. Paul Allen was his programmer sidekick.
Oh,
They
okay.
basically together. I mean, Bill Gates was connected socially, so he knew how to move things along. He was a great salesman, and then he also had his dad, who was a lawyer. So this whole connection of being able to set up entities and get everything working on the legal side, along with Paul Allen's ability to program, that's what created the original DOS. And then, of course, DOS turns into DOS 3, DOS 5, and then eventually becomes Windows, and they get integrated, and on it goes. But it wasn't, I mean, Bill Gates was not, you're right, not the programmer. He knew a good product when he saw it, and he was the promoter.
Yeah, but at the same time, he also wasn't a creative director.
Well,
Steve Jobs had a vision of the product he wanted to create, and was able to share that vision and get people motivated around that vision.
absolutely true.
And that is what, more than anything, is what has made Apple the powerhouse it is today, in my opinion.
Yep. And you could only wish that Microsoft had that kind of ability, but it just didn't.
I mean, if Microsoft had that kind of ability, I would be a loyal Microsoft customer forever. But
Alrighty, splitter time.
Icy Knight's struggling, Doc.
Is he struggling with what I'm doing?
Yeah.
Doesn't he like my creativity?
He says in all caps, "No, I do not."
No, I do not like my creativity. Okay. Just talking
Yeah.
like I am not. I do not like them, Sam. I am.
Petty,
I do not like green eggs and ham.
like a lot of things in Windows, we have features built upon features built upon features, and so you have 100 layers deep of every version of Windows version of something that you can still access. Windows 11 does have a file structure or folder structure you can use, but when you open up your start menu, you have to click the all button to see all your folders. And then when you scroll down, you have to click on a folder to open it up, and then click on the subfolder. And each time it moves all the folders and all the items around it. It is significantly slower to do the same thing because they want you to click with each time, because that's not the way they want to use it. They've added friction to the way it used to be because they want you to pin items. They want you to have the most used items on top. They want to recommend what you use, and they want you to search for what you use, right? They have certain ways that they kind of push as easy, and going through the menu structure is not easy by comparison, right? So, unless you make custom no clicking needed, probably could. Yeah. I've kind of given up on playing with Windows to try to make it work nicely.
Yeah. The add-on, because the add-ons just get clunkier, and I have a feeling they don't want you to use add-ons to make it the way you want it. They just want you to use it as is.
Yeah. Well, the craziest thing is that the CEO came right out and said that Microsoft is not an operating system company.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, came right out and said it.
Well,
I got no idea what else the company is trying to produce,
Windows.
or what kind of company they say they are, because
Office.
they don't do anything else decent.
Don't do anything else decent.
well, Doc, you say Office, but then Google has made a competitor to Office that has 100% captured the new generation because they all go to college and they buy laptops without Office on it because all of the Google products are free, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I use Google because even though it's a worse product than Microsoft Office,
It's free.
because it's free and it's good enough. It does 90% of what I need it to.
it's Wabbit Season says, I hate Google products.
Yeah, I don't exactly like Google products either. But then I've grown up as a Microsoft fan growing up in Seattle. Watching Bill Gates build this empire. I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing, but it was just that. I guess that's just where I end up having my allegiance because his office is in Redmond, Washington. Grew up right in that.
I guess for me, all roads finally end at Linux when I finally make the change.
Well, Linux has its problems too
Yeah.
because Linux has got a user base that's very closed as well.
Yes, but Linux is now supported by Steam. And with Steam's backing,
Yeah.
Linux is gonna... It's never had the kind of
Yeah,
backing that it has now. So,
Yeah, the Steam Deck runs on Linux, which means that Steam has had to create software that will make pretty much every Steam game run on Linux.
which means now when you're publishing a video game, having a Linux build is
Yep,
more important than a Mac build.
a lot more important than a Mac build. I mean, Mac. I just wish Macintosh would die.
It won't.
Yeah, because there's too many people who like the touchy-feely sort of interface.
And they build a holistic top-down, fully integrated system that all works together and has good features. They execute better. I also don't like them, but they execute better. No, you're right, Wabbit Season. It's not going to take off, no. But it's going to be a viable alternative for the people who are in my situation where I've always built my own computers. I like doing tech things, but I'm not a hardcore programmer. That's not my profession. I don't spend tons of time on it. So I don't have the skill to do super complex stuff. But I can follow a good set of directions, and with the increase in its visibility and its funding, means that I could build a Linux PC pretty simply now, when I couldn't in the past.
And that's the role that Microsoft used to fill.
Yeah.
For those of us who are a little tech savvy, but not professionally tech savvy.
Yep.
It's Wabbit Season says, I don't mind the UX of Mac. I enjoy it more than anything beyond Windows 7, however. I don't like the hardware or closed down nature of macOS.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My first exposure to Macintosh was when I was beginning my career in computers and selling computer hardware and software, and it just, you know, I was hired by the company that used to be called the Mac Zone, um, to start their PC Zone division. And so I became their first manager. I became their first salesperson. There were initially three of us at the same time. I was the last man standing and became the manager eventually by the time they needed a manager. We had a floor of like 15 salespeople that answered the phones, sold catalog sales. You know, you called an 800 number, placed your order. Uh, I launched the beginning of the internet world where they actually put their catalog on the internet and could start ordering from the internet. I mean, we're talking we're talking 1980s. So we're talking pre-internet world, really, because the internet really didn't open up for commerce.
Back in the Jurassic
Yeah,
area.
yeah, exactly. There were still dinosaurs running on. We had to protect against dinosaurs. Yeah. Anyway,
That's where the name Macintosh actually came from. It was built on the Maxaridon interfaces previously, based on the local indigenous dinosaur tribes.
oh gosh. Would you read its Wabbit season stuff and get off my back? Gosh. Oh.
He says this all goes back to what I mentioned to Doc yesterday about McDonnell Douglas driving Boeing into the ground when engineers or creatives, as Doc quoted Steve Jobs, get exiled from the driver's seat of a company. You get to where Microsoft, Apple, Google, and Boeing are today, creatively bankrupt, answering only to shareholders.
Oof. Wow, that was a critique and a half.
Mm-hmm. I don't think he's wrong, though.
I agree with him. I mean, same thing is that happening to Apple now as happened to Apple when they got rid of Steve Jobs the first time.
Well, they
I
only
mean,
got rid of
earlier in the process.
they only got rid of Steve Jobs once. Okay.
Well, no, he's saying the same thing that happened now that Steve Jobs dead is the same thing that happened when they got rid of him before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're right. They're only answering to shareholders.
I mean, at some point they have to move on from just the iPhone 25 or iPhone 32 or whatever generation they get to.
They're a phone company now.
Yeah.
A cell phone company now.
I was in I think it was like 2008 when they first launched the iPad, and you had basically a couple of different reactions. There were the people who, wait, we've had tablets before, this is no different, it's just another tablet, all the rest of the tablets sucked, this is gonna be dumb. And then there were the people who kind of knew Steve Jobs well enough to say, oh no, but this is gonna be done the way Apple does it. And of course it immediately took off and immediately was absolutely massive, right?
Right.
But that's the kind of magic that he could bring to it because he knew how to fully integrate something, take away the pain points, and make it, quote, just work.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha, Icy Knight.
First time chat for GD Ballistic. All right. Good. He's doing the Michael Jordan,
Jackson.
Michael Jackson walk.
And It's Wabbit Season says, Apple makes more off its subscriptions than devices. They've pivoted. They know the devices aren't going to make them money in the long run. It's subscriptions just like Microsoft with Azure.
Yeah. I really hate subscription services. I hate the fact you can't buy a piece of software and just use it until their next upgrade and then buy their upgrade. you know. But that's life. What are you laughing at, Robert?
Ice Day says it. Yes, Doc. That is the Michael Jordan walk.
Mm-hmm. Michael Jackson. I'm sorry, I got the wrong Michael. Although Michael,
Yeah, they're pretty much the same person, right?
although Michael Jordan is making a positive impact in the NASCAR world.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, he stood up to NASCAR and
Why
said, "No, you're not going to make us sign the next contract," and got the courts to believe him. Because basically, he just said, you are a monopoly. You're forcing drivers to work for you at wages that are obscenely lucrative for you and exceedingly challenging financially for us, and you will not do that anymore." And he got, you know, he got the courts to believe him when he would not sign the contract, and they basically took away all of his charters, which guaranteed them a spot racing in each of the races. And so when they took away the charters, he sued and said, "You can't say that we can't drive just because you want all of the revenue and want us to be the actors," basically. So, and he won it. You know, he went toe to toe with them and was able to make it work.
So Caffeinated asks, is Doc ever not thinking of something NASCAR adjacent?
Am I never not thinking of it? Oh yeah. I mean, Kyle Busch announced when he was going to retire and announced his plan for his son, which is way cool. In a recent video.
This has been... Doc's always enjoyed it, but it's been kind of a recent thing in the last few years of being able to actually engage with it again.
Yeah.
So we regularly watch, during NASCAR season, a race. Pretty much, we watch a race a week, right?
Yeah, about
Stuff
that.
like that. It's good background noise while we're getting work done.
Yep. Ah, gosh, why is placing... These things are so weirdly configured. They've got a one output here and all the inputs over here, but the appendage over here is difficult to deal with. It's not like you've got a machine with inputs and then outputs. You could stack the machines right next to each other.
Yeah, trying to manifold it is
Yeah,
awkward.
exactly. How do you make a manifold out of it? So I'm still kind of trying to figure out how I want to do this, and I think I just came up with a new idea for it. I'm going to put it
Oh, okay.
that way, there, and then put one right next to it. Okay, and then flip this around.
When are we getting Doc into One Piece?
Into what?
It's an anime. I'm trying to.
It's not going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen. I'm trying to figure out what the connection is. Why we'd be getting Doc into watching One Piece.
Yeah.
Although
It's like I'm the one person in the family that enjoys watching anime, and I couldn't even get into One Piece. It's like so.
you might enjoy the Netflix special
The Netflix special?
or the Netflix series for One Piece.
That's not going to work. Okay, so much for that thought. All right.
Zoomerwin says over the pond in the UK, we don't have anything to do with NASCAR, but they do have the Formula series.
Oh yeah.
So he has no clue what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, and one of my favorite drivers, Haley Deegan, is now going to enter. I can't do that either. Okay. Haley Diggins entering a level of IndyCar. So you have Formula One. Do you have any IndyCar stuff? Because they're similar to the Formula One cars. I don't think they're as powerful. I'm not sure.
Guys, don't bother recommending anime. Doc is not gonna watch it.
Well, that's pretty definite.
Yeah. And ever since middle school, I've had all the weebs I know always recommend me. Oh, you'll love this one. Oh, no. That person was wrong. You'll love this one. Oh no, no. That's silly. This is the one you'll like, and it's a never-ending cycle. And they've all been wrong.
You've never loved any of them, huh?
None of them.
I tried as well, and I got pretty close with Death Note.
Yes.
But even Death Note wasn't good enough.
For Robert?
Yeah. Death Note was the best of them. Zoomer says, again from UK, says, I don't think so. We have F1, F2, F3, F4, and FE.
Okay.
No Indy, though. Interesting. I've heard of F1. I've never heard of F2 through F4 or
Right.
FE.
F2 through F4 is kind of like the minor leagues.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
You kind of grow up through them, and then F1 is the big boys
Sure.
with the really fast cars. Is there a problem with Freya?
She just let one rip.
Oh,
And
dog wind
Yeah,
is
anyone
not
with
fun.
yeah, anybody with dogs knows that
Well,
dogs pass the worst gas.
yep. That's funny. That's too funny.
Well,
Okay,
shoot.
I have them all facing the same direction. I think I can manifold those lines through this space here. Okay, fine. Now, what do these things need?
Okay.
It needs the thing that I can't make, the singularity cell, and it needs the excited dark. It needs the dark matter residue, which are coming out of those 8 there. Okay. Anyway.
Formula Electric is FE. Oh, cool.
Oh, that's right. They're making electric cars for Formula One. Those are weird. They have them because they can control the on-off switch. I watched one of them, and they can control the on-off switch at the management level where they're managing the race. Yeah, it was kind of weird. I can't explain it. Maybe Formula E. Maybe someone online can explain it. So.
That sounds kind of terrifying.
Okay, back to NASCAR. Would you watch a charity race where the drivers had to use Power Wheels cars for kids? I would love to see big name NASCAR racers get together just for fun to do that. I think that would be hilarious. Yeah.
I think I actually saw Red Bull do that.
Really? Red Bull does so many crazy things.
They took some racers. No, they did soap car racing.
Soapbox.
Soapbox
yeah,
racing.
Soapbox derby racing is a big thing with them, yes. Down to 143 filters, so I think I need to start thinking of what I'm going to do for filters. Okay.
Maybe that quarter-mile track you were telling me about, Doc, it should be what they use.
Yeah. Maybe that would, yeah. Yeah, they went to a quarter mile, the track called Bowman Gray in um, Winston-Salem, North Carolina. It was the first time they had gone to that track since the 80s. So, and literally, there's not enough space around that track to even have pits. So the race was so short they could do it on one tank of gas. And if you wrecked and were out of the race, your car was messed up or something,
You were just out.
You were just out, and you had to go. You actually drove off the course to the outside of the track. So it was kind of a bizarre sort of race to watch.
Matthew Bartos says something that sounds like a ton of fun. He says, if I remember correctly, FE was experimenting with a Mario Kart style where there'd be power-ups and speed penalties based on virtual objects. I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I love it.
I love that idea too. That would be awesome. Aww. Poor Freya's kind of wanting attention, huh?
Yep.
She has such a pathetic whine.
Yeah, she does. And with Robert feeding her all the time, she's really learned to beg.
Robert. Bad Robert. Bad Robert.
She never whines at me.
Never whines at you. Okay.
Now, I will say Freya is one who is absolutely attached at the hip to Garrett and does not leave Garrett's side for anything ever. The only exception being when I'm eating food, and then she'll actually pay attention to me. But there's never whining involved. Oh, man.
Never whining involved, huh? Okay.
Caffeinated says, somebody spray bottle Robert. Hey.
Spray bottle him.
The way you do with naughty pets.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Whenever you do something wrong, we need to get a spray bottle. When are we going to get a pet cam? Robert, when are we going to get a pet cam?
When we have pets in here?
Yeah, when we build up a specific scaffold so that they can stay off of our desks.
So, actually, yeah. Well, and find a way to filter the air.
Well, we got the filter, and you did a lot better once we had the filter.
It helped. It definitely helped. But Monday and Tuesday, so when it comes to later this week for our streaming schedule, remember we're going to start Thursday, Friday on Civilization 7, right? And Doc's going to be here for those. Saturday, Doc's going to be gone to a family event down in Arkansas. And I'm going to be streaming on Saturday. Okay, so I'm going to be streaming, and we're going to spend at least some of that time on Tabletop Simulator, playing Civilization, of course, or whatever else. Mm-hmm. The rest of the time will be in Civ 7 or Satisfactory or whatever. But Monday, when Doc gets back, and Doc will be here for Monday and Tuesday stream, we will have another puppy with us, which means we will likely have a pet cam on Monday. How about that?
How about that? Caffeinated, where'd you go? Darby is texting into our live stream to find out where Caffeinated went. Headache. Oh no. Caffeinated. Headaches are the most awful things invented by whoever invented them. I just hate headaches so much.
There was a period there where I was getting migraines just about weekly. And it was bad. And for me, migraines means zero light whatsoever and can't sleep. And so it's about 12 to 24 hours of pure just torture,
HD
sitting there in the
double
dark,
toothpicks.
doing nothing. Can't listen to anything. Caffeinated says, every day I curse John M. headache.
I thought you could build scaffolds over the top of a.
Just go near it and press H. And then just nudge it over.
There it goes. That's going to be too close, I bet. Let's see if it's too close. Yeah, it's too close. Maybe that'll do. No, that won't do either. Yeah, I just got it too close. Try it a little bit farther away.
Hey, Doc, we're going to have to put another floor up here on the Mega Factory.
Gonna have to put another floor on the Mega Factory?
Uh-huh.
But whoa, wait a minute.
On the Mega Factory,
Yeah.
I ain't doing the lighting.
Needs to be a glass floor, Robert.
Look, all I'm saying
Or a
is
floor with no
Garrett has
roof.
one job to do, and if he's refusing to do it,
Oh, are we firing another one?
you know,
Somehow, I don't think that my job security is in question.
well, it should be.
It should be in question.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, Robert's just being petulant.
Is that what you call it?
No, no, it's not at all.
That is exactly what you call it. Petulant, like a child. Like a little child complaining that his brother's too good.
Sure. Garrett, what does the word petulant mean?
Look it up
No,
yourself.
no, you used it. I want you to define petulant.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I have no need to bow to your whims, Robert.
You don't know what that word means. You just
Yep.
know the popular phrase.
I know quite well what that word means. I don't have to define it for you.
Uh-huh.
Yep, he doesn't know what it means.
Look, I don't have anything to prove.
Just keep saying it. Just keep saying that.
Petulant means that you like petunias.
That's not what it means.
It's alliterative, so
Robert,
obviously.
do you like petunias?
Petunias are a average flower.
Are you into Mrs. Dursley?
Well, if you're gonna put it on, really, really put a point on it. Okay, I'm finally making dark matter crystals.
Okay.
And now I can make a superposition oscillator.
Sounds like progress. That is a lot of progress, actually, isn't it?
Fair amount. And Zoomer just popped over and is joining on Twitch.
Alrighty. Twitch now to just say, amazing you are. Thanks for all the great content. Amazing of a content creator you are. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. All right. Be sure to become a follower on Twitch if you're not already. What do the colors mean, Robert?
So that's from the bits that you get just from watching.
Okay.
Not bits. No, what are they called? Just channel points.
Okay.
You get just from watching, and so they're able to redeem it and do stuff.
Okay.
We can customize how many points they have to spend to highlight their channel or do other things. And there's a bunch of other things we can enable in the Twitch stream for them to make messages that pop up on screen or do whatever else.
All right. Okay. All right. Now I need to get.
That's the kind of stuff I really got to spend some time locking in and
Okay.
getting made.
Alrighty. Well, as far as followers, we're 5 more followers still to get to our goal of 270. Subscribers haven't moved any today, so if you're not a subscriber yet, please consider it. Trying to hit a goal, the next goal of 70 subscribers.
Especially if you haven't used your Twitch Prime subscription yet.
Oh gosh, if you have a Twitch
free.
Prime subscription to throw my way, I would definitely appreciate that.
So, Garrett and Dad, I'll ask both of you guys, where does Bezos fall in on this continuum between a Bill Gates and a Steve Jobs?
Jeff Bezos is a great, definitely not great in space. His Blue Origin is just not done.
Yeah.
Bezos was great at the idea of creating a bookstore. He's got his start. Bezos got his start in on Wall Street. He was a Wall Street trader.
Yeah.
And worked on the trading desk at a couple prominent firms, and then just decided he was bored with it, and decided that if he could mass produce something and get it out on the internet. Now understand, he started out on the internet. He basically had the first mover advantage for having a bookstore on the internet, and having that first mover advantage turned out to be immense for him. So he started with, the world's largest bookstore, and I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember his ads about, we rented the Queen Mary because we didn't have enough space for the biggest bookstore in the world, and of course that was all fictitious because it was all, online. So he got to the point where eventually there were a lot of growing pains at this level. Got to the point where he needed to continue expanding, and he expanded into other products by inviting marketplace people to sell on his marketplace so that they didn't have to build a marketplace. And not having to build a marketplace, he attracted a lot of people. During that time, there was a big, huge amount of, what can you say? A huge amount of difficulty in getting getting his website to look and feel like it was a website that was worth or had the ability to actually sell other products. now it's pretty much seamless. You sometimes you don't even know if it's a marketplace person because those marketplace people can send their product to the warehouse and you buy it and you get Amazon Prime with it. You just everything you do it. Occasionally you run into a marketplace person who ships it from his own warehouse. And frankly, I try to avoid those because you don't get Amazon Prime, you don't get the free shipping, you have to pay extra for shipping. And returning things is just onerous when you get somebody like that.
But the other side is also just as bad, where you're getting boatloads of items brand marked with just a random set of numbers because it's actually coming from a Chinese company that's been banned from the site 10 times over and is making their, yet another company to sell the exact same dropship things as another 100 companies on there.
Yeah, that's true. You get a lot of that garbage. So anyway, but that's why I avoid non-Prime members. Simply because I don't like to pay shipping, and I don't like dealing with them. So frankly, that works for me. Okay.
Yeah, it's still a lot of Chinesium.
A lot of Chinesium,
But
yes.
I'd say that I'd personally say that Bezos is more on the side of a Bill Gates. He's not he still doesn't have the creative vision that Steve Jobs has. Steve Jobs is a rather special in specimen.
Steve Jobs was
Rather unique
a
specimen.
great. Anybody ever want to study Steve Jobs and understand more about who he was? Really ought to, because anybody who doesn't really understand Steve Jobs really doesn't understand business, because he rewrote the books really on how to do business. It was incredible. But anyway, so Bezos goes through this huge growing period, and now it is what it is. But he's just kind of got the golden touch when it comes to product, not when it comes to space. Obviously, Blue Origin, he's having a hard time collecting up the kind of talent needed to get to do what's
What is Blue Origin? I haven't heard
Blue
of
Origin.
it.
That's the problem. You've heard of course,
SpaceX.
SpaceX. Blue Origin is a competitor to SpaceX.
Oh.
Literally, it's a private.
Well, I suppose it makes sense for him to get into that.
And
he's probably one of the only people who can.
yeah, and frankly, they do a lot of space rockets up for various different entities, and they shoot up satellites and so forth. So, but they're just not even close to the scale of SpaceX at all. Just not there.
And one of the big things comes down to the philosophy. The philosophies of how you build it. Elon was willing to send up rockets he knew were going to blow up and do that over and over again. At least from what I understand, Bezos was much more careful with his funds on that regard. So.
Yep, absolutely. Much more careful. Much more cautious.
Okay. We now have dark matter crystals going into the dimensional depot.
Okay.
But its Wabbit season is correct. Amazon is trash now. It's becoming AliExpress full of cheap knockoffs.
Yeah, because they're not watching their competitors. I mean, what's sad about it is they could be one of the places that prevents the garbage, that stops that garbage, and they aren't willing to do that.
Well, I wonder what changes we're going to see, at least within the United States, now that a lot of the tariffs are being put into place. See if that changes how Amazon does business at all.
Yeah,
it might. But this is the same problem that every open marketplace has. It's a problem with the Google Play Store, it's the problem with Steam, and it has the problem on Amazon where you have a global marketplace where anybody from anywhere can work. What ends up happening is places with super cheap labor can outwork the place that has to curate it or get the bad actors off, which unfortunately ends up happening here. And so if you have 100 people from a low wage area putting cheap products and copies of cheap products and recopying and building new corporations in order to meet their requirements over and over again, you can't. There's no physical. There's not enough physical man hours for the people there at Amazon to keep their ledgers clean. It's just not possible. The same.
The only way to do it would be for them to ban all foreign, all imports basically, unless they got applied for and got a very specific exemption.
Well, how do you ban foreign ones when all they have to do is go to Delaware and spend $25 and get an American corporation shell corp set up? Which is actually literally what they do. Amazon requires requires some level of not a U.S. based company specifically, but a very narrow number of companies. So, and that's what a lot of these Chinese resellers do is they just create corporation after corporation. The old one gets banned, and they immediately just roll over to a new name. So, it's a problem.
Well, they're going to struggle to do that with a 25% tax.
It's not. We'll see what happens. So.
Yep, we'll see. I don't think that's the cure-all. That's for sure.
Yeah, because Google hasn't fixed that with their Play Store being just absolutely chock full of trash, and Steam still has the same problems. Apple's store, despite all the difficulties, is well curated because it puts up a high barrier to entry. Caffeinated. Well, okay. I don't know what Doc is making specifically right now. We're just still working on Ficsonium, so.
Yeah, I'm just getting the stuff to where it needs to go. So, my bad. He is making Ficsonium. Yep. Does he know that Ficsonium fuel rods are created in quantum encoders? Do I know that? Do I know that?
Yeah, it's written on your chart somewhere, right?
Yeah. It's right, that right there. Quantum encoder. And that's what I'm hooking up right now.
Cool.
That's these. No, that's not those. Those are, these are the final destination.
It's the final destination.
Yep. And all this complexity is just driving me banana cakes.
Banana cakes. Yeah.
It is just... It's just a bit much. Don't you like banana cakes? Have you ever heard of banana cakes?
Banana bread?
In other words, I just made it up.
Well, yeah, they make banana bread. Could we... I can't imagine it would be all that difficult to make a cake out of bananas.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd like it, though.
Why not?
I'm not the biggest fan of banana.
Are you telling me that you'll turn down banana bread if it's offered to you?
No, not at all.
Yep, I like banana bread and butter.
Really?
Yeah.
See, butter's too savory for me to have with something like banana bread.
I wouldn't have thought of banana. I wouldn't have thought of butter being all savory. Interesting.
I think Doc does it more for the texture than for the flavor.
I mean, if there was like a cream spread, I suppose that's not all that too dissimilar from butter. But if we're like a cream spread, I could see it having it with banana bread.
Caffeinated says, I knew I liked you for a reason, Robert. When I'm in charge, we'll shoot all bananas into space.
Shoot all bananas into space.
I don't want to disappoint you too much, Caffeinated, but unfortunately, I still do eat bananas. I don't love them, but it's actually the only fruit that I regularly purchase. And that's because I need potassium. And I'd rather do that than taking pills for it. Caffeinated says, never mind, friendship ended. Oh, okay. He is severely allergic to bananas. Okay.
Oh, that's why you send them all into space. Got it.
Mm. Well, it's so Christmas. We have the Hanson family tradition is to have banana pudding.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And we all love banana pudding, and that's vanilla pudding, fresh bananas, and vanilla wafers all layered together.
Yep.
So good, so good.
Mm-hmm. And we don't ever make it other than Christmas time, so it becomes a special thing.
Caffeinated says,
poison pudding, more like. Yeah. For him, it would be poison pudding. Yeah.
and
Okay,
Wabbit
so-
Season says you can make carrot cake and banana cake. You can also make carrot juice, but you can't make banana juice.
That is true. You can make banana slurry or slop, whatever you want to call it.
You're just not squeezing hard enough.
I used to make smoothies all the time, and I actually wouldn't ever put bananas in smoothies because banana is one of those things that takes over the flavor-wise. It just absolutely takes over. Doesn't matter how little you put in. If it has banana in it, it is banana flavored.
Yeah.
Which is so weird because banana is usually so mild when you eat it.
Yeah. But
It's a
you're
rather
right.
mild
It
flavor.
does just take over things.
Maybe you have to have it with something like raspberry because raspberry is a rather intense flavor.
Yeah.
Interesting idea.
Banana raspberry. Okay.
As a kid, we lived near Seattle, Washington, and we had these raspberry briar patches on our property, which meant that throughout the summer we always had raspberries available.
You realize that briar patch you're talking about was a deliberate planting of raspberries.
Well, no, I didn't, but
Oh,
no. Well, okay, it makes sense. It was very straight.
yeah. It was a row of raspberry bushes. At one time when we were maintaining it, it actually didn't have weeds growing amongst it or anything. It was normal raspberry. It kind of embarrasses me to say that, and it's interesting your reaction to it. Your not necessarily reaction to it, but your interpretation of what it looked like later in your life. So
I mean, it did look like it was let to grow wild for the most part, but yeah, it was a very straight line.
Well, and to Garrett's credit, in that area there were wild berries everywhere. The local park near where we grew up had huge patches of blackberries everywhere.
And do you guys remember that drainage gully on Mrs. Hanson's property?
Yeah, tons back there.
That one part of it would get completely overtaken by raspberries every summer. And so I remember one year very specifically, us, me and a bunch of friends went down there, cut a bunch of it back so we could get whole 5-gallon pails worth of raspberries.
raspberries or blackberries?
Raspberries.
I don't remember the big raspberry bushes. What was prevalent in the Northwest
Yeah, they
was
were
blackberries.
down in the drainage gully.
Really?
I do remember them being in the gully, but no, at the park it was blackberries there. But yeah, anyway, there were berries everywhere. In fact, our neighbor, Mrs. Hanson, of no relationship to us, also Hansons, she had a bunch of fruit in her yard, and it was great. She had a plum tree that always had so many plums on it she could never eat enough, and so we could basically go on her property and steal plums anytime we wanted to.
Yep.
It was amazing.
And it's
And
like,
it wasn't stealing.
Yeah, several times she just...
I must update
just-
that. It wasn't stealing. It was just
Sure.
okay.
And she was
several
happy to have a
times
restaurant.
we were just straight up invited to come and take as many of the plums as we could,
Yep.
because otherwise they just rot on the ground.
Yeah. At least we put them to good use.
So it's Wabbit says, Robert, I think that too. My wife puts bananas in her smoothies, and I tell her not to put any in mine because I can taste it. Yeah. They just
Yeah.
take over the
No
flavor.
matter how little. Please get that done as soon as possible. What is Icy Knight saying?
Oh,
Wasn't stealing, just taking without permission and never giving them back.
exactly, I see. No, Caffeinated says, beginning working on a virus to kill all bananas as we speak.
Oh, okay. Is that kind of like a computer virus that kind of goes from computer to computer and then to the user? Or. Okay.
And it's the virus is called Daylight Come.
Daylight what?
Daylight come.
Daylight come and me one go home.
Okay.
And Oscar says, Robert, don't believe the lies about potassium. It isn't real. It was created by Big Banana. Del Monte Fresh Produce, Cavendish Banana Growers Association, Chiquita Brands International, Sarl, Fifey's, Dole Food Company, and Raven Pack.
Boy, he's got all his targets set up, doesn't he? All targets identified.
Well, for me, when it comes...
There was a while there when I would get pretty bad shin splints.
Yep.
And I'd eat bananas and they really help.
Well, I still do.
Not eating bananas, I'd get shin splints. Eat bananas and I wouldn't get shin splints.
Yep.
It was very cut and dry.
I still do that. So I still eat one banana a week because of it. And anytime I forget to buy them, I get shin splints. So
Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that about you, Robert.
yeah, you know.
Okay. We have one more input needed for the quantum encoder, and that is the Ficsonium. And the Ficsonium is coming from, check real quick here. Ficsonium is coming from the
Oh.
accelerator.
Oh no, what's Mama Doc bringing over?
Yeah, there's a long
Oh, okay.
long being told joke about I was using what kind of spread was that?
Horseradish?
Horseradish spread. And when I put horseradish spread on my sandwich, I'd put it very, very thin.
Uh-huh.
And one day, Mama Doc decided she was gonna play a joke on me. Boy, can horseradish get hot! Just took my head off.
And Zoomer says there's actually more potassium in potatoes than bananas.
Oh, so eat starchy potatoes instead.
It sounds like there has to be some sort of exception to that, or some rest of the story to that,
Okay.
but I don't know.
Okay. That output port is a conveyor port. Okay. Conveyor port. So we need to run a conveyor over the top of this, and it can come out from here. Okay.
Icy Knight asks, how does everyone feel about mayonnaise? I think we talked about this recently.
It is the best. It is the absolute best, king of all sauces.
King of all sauces, huh? Thank you.
You guys know my opinion now.
Yep. Yep, we certainly do know your opinion. Right or wrong, we know your opinion.
No, there's no wrong about it.
You know, I never grew up with mayonnaise. I thought it was kind of... I thought it was unusual to use mayonnaise on sandwiches. Really? Mayonnaise? You gotta be kidding. Right? Anyway. But when you marry somebody who used mayonnaise the whole time, you kind of find out that mayonnaise is just part of the curriculum. Yep.
Icy Knight says, I'm unfollowing Garrett.
Unfollowing him, huh?
Yep.
Oh dear.
I think mayonnaise is a great ingredient.
A great ingredient.
Yes.
Okay.
As an ingredient. It's like, do you like salt? I don't know. You know, sometimes I take like a little handful and nibble on it. No. Salt is an ingredient. Mayonnaise is a good ingredient. That's it. Now, Garrett feels a bit differently, you know.
I am not to the point of eating it by the spoonful.
Okay, but when we had your birthday cake this last year, we put mayonnaise on instead of frosting. So, I mean...
I'm sorry, what birthday cake were you eating? Because that certainly wasn't the cake I was eating.
You're supposed to go with it, Garrett. Come on.
A birthday cake made of what?
No, just mayonnaise instead of frosting.
Yeah. Oh.
No, and
No.
it comes
No.
down to the fact that
That's sinful.
mayonnaise... yeah. Mayonnaise goes with sandwiches. Mayonnaise belongs on sandwiches.
It belongs. Okay.
Yes. Mayonnaise belongs on sandwiches. And it is a great way to keep sandwiches nice and moist without letting it get gross. So
Okay.
there's my more moderate opinion for anyone who actually cares about moderate opinions.
Zoomer says it's floury potatoes, not waxy potatoes, to have the potassium. Okay, so certain varieties.
Okay. Floury potatoes. What's a floury potato? Nice. That worked out well. And then we can go here to where? Okay, that splitter. That.
So Oscar says, so random fact about the U.S. government.
Uh-oh.
The CIA and Chiquita Brands International, at some point after World War II, wanted Chiquita more farmlands for bananas, So he used a CIA worker to tell the U.S. government this island was close to falling to a communist coup. So the U.S. government started a capitalist coup so Chiquita could get more farmland.
Oh, that sounds like a nice conspiracy theory. More theory than fact, possibly.
I 100% believe it. It is exactly how the United States has been using its power for quite some time.
We do know that Chiquita was involved with some heavy politics down there, and in fact, the term Banana Republic was popularized talking about some of the Central American countries and their heavy association with Chiquita.
Yeah, I am aware of that part of the history. But Banana Republic because of that? That's interesting.
Yeah, I do believe it was before World War One Wabbit season, which means it would have been pre-CIA.
Okay.
Yeah, it's if it were the CIA, then there would have been drug testing on bananas.
What?
I mean, compared to what the kinds of things the CIA does, an American coup to get land for an American company, that's quite tame.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Put it over the top of that.
Yep. But we're not going to stray into the whole politics thing, so.
We just need to avoid current politics, right? We can talk about history.
Oh, if we're going to talk about history, then
Anyone fancy a conversation about MK Ultra?
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Project Mockingbird, anyone?
Project Mockingbird. Now what's that one?
It's a related project to MK Ultra.
Okay.
Or, we can branch off into, Tuskegee Airmen, or we can jump over to the number of times the ATF is either blown up, incinerated, or just completely destroyed. Well, you know what? Let's move on.
What convinced you of that, Robert? Okay, where's this?
Caffeinated says, not what I expected today's combo to be.
Yeah, no kidding.
Look, if we want to talk about the corruption in the American government, we can talk for days.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely could. Unfortunately. It is very unfortunate how corrupt organizations get as they get too big. The whole reason for the U.S. Constitution was to not allow government to get too big. But, of course, over time, they just kept on piling up things after things. Yeah. And it got too big.
Mm-hmm. No, Icy Knight. I don't think that's going to happen today. I'm sorry. Oh, Caffeinated says, didn't think I would hear the doc files.
Kind of like the Y-Files. I'd love to do the Y-Files. That guy has a lot of fun.
Y-Files is pretty cool.
Yeah. Although I haven't seen it come up on my feed for a while, so I need to go actually watch a video so that he starts. That's one thing I don't like about the YouTube algorithm is they seem to forget what you've enjoyed in the past so much.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you go off on a bunny trail for a while and look at other things, the things that you really watch, like Veritasium, I haven't seen them for a long time. I love them. And the Y-Files, and on and on. The subject matter goes, you know?
I used to love Veritasium.
Was there a time when you decided you didn't like him so much?
Yeah, when he did a video on ethical nihilism.
Oh, yay! That's a departure from his usual science curriculum.
Uh-huh.
Well,
And it's FYI, there is no such thing as ethical nihilism. Nihilism is the destruction of everything. It is the philosophy of the destruction of everything. You can't have the ethical destruction of everything.
what's happened with a lot of people kind of from Veritasium's, people who've been successful as long as him is they move on from their interests, their professional interests and casual interests, and they become fairly fulfilled as individuals, and then want to share a more spiritual or more impactful or something like that level of their life, which means Veritasium goes into things such as ethical nihilism. And I think a lot of creators have kind of hit that point. But
Interesting.
what's up?
Gaming and dumpster. Oh, random World War II fact. The UK had a PGB, pigeon guided bomb.
Yeah, I
Used
remember that.
three birds trained to tap on ship shapes, and where they tap on a screen, it would cause the bomb to steer to. Not quite sure how that would work, but okay.
So they train them on tapping on the ship, okay, on screens, and so they would learn to tap on the ship. In real life, when they actually deployed it, they had a porthole and they would tap on the ship that they were trying to target, and the tapping could be measured and aim the bomb. Yeah, I've seen that. That's pretty cool stuff. They also in World War II had bat bombs, where they
What
tied
kind of bombs?
bat bombs.
Huh.
They tied incendiary grenades to a bunch of bats, with the idea of, and we're talking, this is U.S. Army, I think, did it, with the idea that they would release them and they would just fly into people's attics and roost for the night, and then they would coordinate, blow them all up, and set fire to the whole city at once. But that never ended up being deployed because some testing went wrong, and
Oops.
then
I hear news coming up.
then the nuclear bomb was finished being developed and wasn't needed anymore. Yeah, poor bats.
Yeah, no kidding.
Poor bats, but no poor pigeons.
We actually, when we were growing up in the Seattle area, we had fruit bats that lived in our yard, in our trees.
Yep.
And sometimes we'd go out at night and lay on our trampoline in the backyard and watch the bats swooping across all over the place and eating bugs.
Yep. Great bug killers.
They even occasionally got stuck in the house.
Yeah, they
That was always an adventure.
occasionally they'd fly into the house. Yep.
I always liked them from afar, but then when a little baby bat got stuck in the house and we had to rescue it, and when you hold a little baby bat and they clung onto my finger and just like wrapped itself up with its wings, suddenly it's just another cute little animal, and it was great. And we took it back outside and it was fine.
Yep. But yeah, the fruit bats. We had a space. We had some very tall cedar trees next to our house. We had a lineup of about 7 cedar trees that had been planted a long, long time ago, and so they were much taller than the size of our house, the height of our house. Our house is 2 stories.
Yeah.
And
we're talking cedar trees in the hundreds of feet.
well, I think that's
Well, maybe not hundreds, but over 100.
Yep.
Big
Anyway,
cedars.
So what would happen is those bugs would congregate between the trees and the house for some reason. So when we'd sit out there and literally watch them, the bats would swoop down between our house and those trees, and they just had a route where they just had their evening meal, and it was pretty cute to watch.
Yeah, and they weren't roosting in our house or anything. They were just roosting in the trees.
Yep.
So they weren't being pests. They were being they were actually being very helpful in culling the bug population.
Yep, exactly. I have to say that I have been very creative this time.
Yeah.
Probably too creative, especially for our Inspector General, who's probably cringing by now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, probably cringing. Anyway, I want to go up. I want to put this up here first. Put that. And point it.
Icy Knight says, I'm past cringing.
Uh-oh.
What's past cringing?
I'm sure he's just past cringing the idea that anyway, that anyone could ever build such a weird looking conveyor and supply system here. Well, he can't even connect those two. Nope, need to be higher up. Actually, I'm gonna do it this way. Ha! I'm gonna make him cringe even more. Not deliberately. I'm just running out of patience at the moment.
Yeah, I've kind of lost track of what I'm doing too, so I'm just gonna... Oh, Icy Knight says, past cringing, it's more like dying.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because I've been overly creative, literally, in getting this all connected up. Because I ran out of space. I'm going off the edge of our building, by the way. So, the edge of our building is here, Robert. You can...
Yeah, I see. Oh. Okay, then. That's fine. Garrett will decorate it, make it look good.
I am sure he will. I am sure he will.
You will love doing that.
Maybe.
And here I thought creativity was a good thing. So Icy Knight is on my side. Even though he's past cringing, more like dying. Weird doesn't even begin to describe. And here I thought creativity was a good thing. So he's conflicted. Obviously, Icy Knight needs the psychiatrist bench. No, I am not. What? Not dying? Not cringing?
Not on your side.
Not on my side. All right. All right. Okay. I am down to 40 filters. I better watch it or I'm going to die here in a moment.
Snuff it.
Snuff it?
Yep. I am so far away from your side, he says.
Okay. Well, plutonium fuel rods. Yeah, we're to the point of making the Ficsonium fuel rods. We've added everything that we need there. We got everything all. We've got the pipes all connected. We just need to be able to build the singularity cells, and then everything will start flowing and start running.
Icy Knight says, I think Doc needs a timeout.
Yeah, I probably do. Yep. Doc needs a timeout.
Think about your actions.
Yep, time to... Yeah, I'm so sorry.
No, engineers can never be creative. Ever.
Never.
Is a sin. There shall be no cross-pollination between engineers and architects. Ever.
Oh, that is already on the ground. Doggone it.
You don't care? I guess that just shows why none of the stuff you make ever works.
Look, I've been doing the whole engineering thing for this entire build.
I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have some fun here, too.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, you better watch out. You better not cry. You better not cringe or die. And why? Anyway. That one went nowhere.
I found it amusing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Shucks. I'm not going to get to be creative. I forgot about putting lifts. I could put a lift here and
Icy Knight says, "Stop having fun. I'm already cringing, crying, and dying."
cringing, crying, and dying. All three. Okay.
Well,
What is
Doc,
it going down for? What? Well, Doc, what?
it is.
Oh, it's time for me to get off to my doctor appointment.
Yeah.
I've gotta quit. I'm having too much fun.
So I'm going to let everybody know one last time that, first off, that we are going to be streaming again on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, not Wednesday, this week. Okay. If you want a full schedule, check out our Discord. I just linked it there. But Doc's gonna be streaming Thursday, Friday. I'm gonna be streaming on Saturday, and then Doc will be back for Monday, Tuesday stream. We're gonna be streaming Civilization 7, and we'll be going about 4 hours or longer if Doc wants to. Okay.
Yep.
Please join us. Come have fun. Come hang out. It's gonna be something a little bit different for us, but it will be fun. Doc will be playing a different game like Oscar wants, because Oscar really wants Doc to play a different game. So it'll be fun. Please come join us. Come hang out. It'll be awesome.
He actually wants more to laugh at me about.
Yeah.
Well, I keep learning these new games, you know. I'm fumbling and fiddling and trying to figure things out. So
Oh, come on now, Icy Knight. Let's be nice.
finally, Doc can stop having fun. Okay. Hey, it's been great. I've really enjoyed it, and I enjoy it so much I go past my time. So, everybody have a great couple days. Won't see you tomorrow, but we'll be back on online on Thursday, and we'll enjoy some time together then. So, hit the like button, see if we can get this out to more folks, and see if we can also have more folks with Twitch. We got up to 266 followers. So
Pretty good.
made good progress there. Appreciate all of you who did follow. So it's a Wabbit season, says bye, Doc. Doc has low filters.
Don't.
Yes. Doc has
said-
only 10 filters. Robert wanted me to die. More content, he calls it.
Yes.
More content, he calls it. Gosh, you are a bad bad editor.
But he doesn't have time to actually fix the problem, and he'll forget it by next week. So
Perfect.
we'll get the content then.
No. I said, my bad. Yep, should have known better. Yeah, Doc, you either have something in your pockets or
No,
you're glitched again.
I can't imagine I have stuff in my pockets.
Kevin says, quick, get the spray bottle.
I have stuff in my pockets.
Just drop it on the ground and walk away. You can pick it up later.
Alrighty. We'll see you again next time, Thursday. Look forward to it. See you then. Bye-bye.